traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
Thank you so much for your interest you have shown, and thank you for coming here to take part in this conference. I am Myra Rubab and I am privileged to co-chair this session with Session Manager Mr. Farooq Ali and Session Chair Dr. Amjad Hussain. Dr. Amjad Hussain is Chair of IEEE Lahore Section and Head of the Electrical Engineering Department in FAST, National University of Computer and Emerging Sciences, Lahore. Thank you so much, Dr. Amjad Hussain, for joining us today. The session theme is cyber security and big data. In first session, we will have 4 interesting invited talks on a variety of topics. The first invited talk of the session is cyber security and post-COVID pandemic era by Dr. Haider Abbas. He will join us virtually. Dr. Haider Abbas is a tenured professor, head of cyber security and director of the National Cyber Security Auditing and Evaluation Lab at MCS NUST. He is a cybersecurity professional, academician, researcher and industry consultant who took professional trainings and certifications from MIT, United States, Stockholm University, Sweden, Stockholm School of Entrepreneurship, Sweden, IBM, USA, and certified ethical hacker from EC Council. Please welcome Dr. Haider Abbas with big round of applause.
Thank you very much, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
All right, my screen is visible, right? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the brief introduction, ma'am. I'm Professor Dr. Haider Abbas, and I'm serving as Head of Information Security and Control of Signals, National University of Sciences and Technology, and I'm also heading the National Cyber Security Auditing and Evaluation Lab. This is a brief introduction. I did my master's and PhD from KH Sweden and postdoc and some of the certifications from MIT and some of the organizations that attached to the screen. I'm an active researcher and I have published more than 180 international publications, one of many of the top journals around the world, mostly from the Q1. And I'm the doctoral advisor for USA, Manchester University, Gazi, Pakistan, and BNU, China. I'm actually involved with editorial services and I'm serving as a full-time associate editor for different journals. I have recently completed my terms for IEEE Communication magazine. Currently I'm serving as full-time editor for IEEE Transaction and System Management Cybernetics, Neurocomputing for all submissions from Iran, Pakistan, IEEE Internet of Things, and General Purpose and Computer Applications. Some of the honors and awards flashed on the screen. I have been awarded as the youngest fellow of the IET UK, fellow of the British Computer Society UK, and fellow of the IST UK, and I have won the funding of around 250 million plus from different organizations that I'm currently working in. This should be the agenda for my presentation today. I'll be talking about the COVID-19 era, a blessing in disguise for technology, then cyber threat landscape during COVID-19, and I will discuss some of the challenges that the world has to face after the COVID-19 and what are the challenges that COVID-19 era has actually posed for the tech giants. Then the COVID-19 related cyber attacks, and at the end I will discuss some kind of cybersecurity challenges and best practices. So, for the COVID-19, for the kind of a blessing in disguise for technology, where we can see that the health protection and medical advice for online workforce adopted, work for home policies. Education sector also became cyber-oriented, and you can see that there is some kind of rebinding with families, and we have also seen a huge, you can say, increase in the OTT media platforms where many homes are actually using this kind of online technology mechanisms, and they're being used for different purposes. Cyber threat landscape during COVID-19, we can say there was a drastic change during 19. More cyber attacks were COVID-19 oriented, and cyber criminals took advantage of insufficient data security to make successful cyber attacks. We have seen that the many of the organizations actually went online without preparing their security mechanism and without preparing the cyber security health check for their organizations, and this actually posed many kind of threats for the different organizations. And we can see that there were some kind of malicious employees working from home with less training that were attempting to carry out criminal activities. And these were there were kind of, you can see that there was some kind of session hijacking attack and some kind of spoofing attacks that were carried out from different kind of locations, and it was actually in the era of this COVID-19. And then we have seen the considerable number of registered domains on the internet that contains the coronavirus, COVID-19 and COVID-19, these kind of stuff. The malware spyware and the Trojans were found in embedded inside coronavirus maps and websites, and this has been reported from different agencies that the coronavirus maps and also the coronavirus applications are actually kind of vulnerable and these are being used by different kind of malicious purposes by different malicious actors. We can see the malicious actors, they have different motivations, and during COVID-19 we can see that they are some kind of criminals that have primarily interested in identity theft and financial fraud and ransomware attacks. We have also seen there were some kind of ransomware attacks in Pakistan, some of the hospitals where the patients' record were actually locked, and we also received some kind of incident here in Islamabad, in Pakistan, where some of the hospital data record was actually locked, and they were asking for some kind of ransomware to the dark web. And there could be some kind of different motivation for different people to come up with some kind of attacks that have that cause money and other kind of activities. Then we can see the nation-state sponsored attacks where the government hacking teams are seeking to steal intellectual property. Some of them engage in disinformation campaigns to destabilize the nation-state. Where we can see that there are organizations that different people are went online without preparing for the proper cybersecurity health environment and health checks status of their, without doing some kind of risk quantification for the organization. We can see that it opened many doors and many windows for the hackers that they can enter from different locations, and they can actually sabotage according to their agenda if they have some kind of nation-state sponsored activities. Then there are thrill seekers, that are individuals who wish to further fear, uncertainty, and doubt either for own experiment or for profiteering. And then there are some kind of activists, that are individuals or groups who are not pleased with other individuals or organizations. So there could be many kind of motivation, there could be many kind of malicious actors that could be involved in some kind of scheme, and that could be used later on for their purposes. For the COVID-19 cyber pandemic target, we can see that there was a huge increase in the attacks on the government agencies, the critical infrastructure of the country, where the dams, the financial sectors, and all of the other critical mechanisms of the country were actually realized that their cyber system and the SCADA system, they are providing the different financial and different kind of services for different organizations. So these were also under attack, that we have seen the healthcare sector was also severely affected by this kind of attacks that were being discovered. And then the education sector, business purposes, research sector, and therefore people also the victim of this. Some of the attacks are flashed speaking on the right side. The cybersecurity at the post-COVID pandemic era, we can see that in response to the pandemic, many enterprises have shifted to adopt cloud-based platforms where they are actually trying to give the seamless services to their staff and their employees, where the daily work processes could be carried on and they can work in a conducive working environment. But we can see that the post-COVID era is expected to be characterized by financial and operational purposes, where we can see that is marked by the high and cyber threats. Organizations are reevaluating their cyber security and budget priorities, where many of the organizations have to shift online, and they have to provide the seamless services so that the internet connectivity, the storage devices, the backup systems, and all of the logging of the financial transactions and these kind of things. These actually required a huge budget for the organization, and actually this actually changed the working culture of many organizations. Then we can see that for the cybersecurity, for the post-COVID organizational culture, while remote working was inserted by COVID-19, which is only element of pandemic lives that are stay actually, as there was no other option. And more and more businesses have decided to opt for hybrid model, which employees can work flexibly across different applications. I know many of the organizations in Europe, they have actually, after COVID-19, they actually went online more, and also they provided the facility to their employees that they can work from their home, because they have experienced that during this COVID-19 era, when the employees went online, their expenses has been shortened down, and they have seen a huge increase in productivity metrics. So they were actually convinced that people should be given this kind of opportunity that they can work online, and many of the European organizations, as far as I know, have adopted this kind of online mechanism. So the COVID-19 related attacks, we can see that before this COVID-19 era, this news is back on the screen. So this news shows that before this COVID-19 era, I read this news on Guardian that Zoom is a malware. Why experts worry about the video conferencing platform, and the Zoom was actually trying to steal the personal information of different users that are actually using this technology to do some kind of online conversation and online videos and online chats and these kind of online official mechanisms. So after this, we can see that there was a huge kind of increase in the cyber attacks after this COVID-19 era, and this COVID-19 era, where many of the organizations had to face this disruption due to the lethal cyber attacks. One of the most prevalent attacks was the phishing and smishing, where the World Health Organization was actually also affected by this kind of phishing attacks, where the malicious emails were sent and they were asking for some kind of funding on the behalf of World Health Organization. Then we can see that coronavirus cure fish has double-barreled and malicious link and disinformation about the COVID-19 pandemic.
A familiar design and layout from the popular service DocuSign as part of its design, and this was also being used to steal the personal information of the organization, where this could be used for different malicious purposes later on. We can see that the different employees of the organization during this COVID-19 era also faced this kind of phishing emails. There was significantly increase, where the attacker created the fake messages from the company's president, and the phish is designed to get the individual to open the malicious attachment, where they can download the drive-by download software on their systems, and they can work as a bot, as a zombies, or maybe that can be used for different malicious purposes. Impersonating public health agencies, as I have also given you an example that some of the hospitals in our country, also in Pakistan, was also affected due to the ransomware attack, and the personal patients' data were actually locked, and the physician was not able to actually access the data, and they were asking for some kind of ransomware money and through the dark web, and it happened with some of the hospitals in Pakistan also. malicious websites map, where there could be many purposes, or you can say the multi-purposes of this kind of mechanisms, where they are generating the false information of the lockdown and these kind of mechanisms, where the people are actually interested to find some kind of vulnerabilities in the web browser of the visitor, and the cyber attacks created their own maps and websites while they are spreading the misleading information regarding the COVID-19 affected mechanisms. Then the malicious app, we have seen there was a huge, where the people actually created these apps and put it in the app so that the people can download, and these apps were actually pretending that they are providing you some kind of health information regarding COVID-19, but these apps were actually behaving maliciously and were trying to steal the personal information from their personal devices, and they could be used for later on for the financial fraud. Distributed denials of service, and we have disinformation of the organizations, where we can see the Kaspersky researchers reported that the major shift to working remotely using less secure environment opened the doors to increase in distributed denial of service attacks, where the client have actually faced the 217% increase in the quarter, where these kind of distributed denial of service attacks were affecting different organizations and brought their systems down to the actual and legitimate users. And even this was the case for some of the government organizations and government websites also, where they were actually spreading the false information regarding COVID-19 era. Then we can see that there are different kind of Trojans were created during this era, and the Trojans were actually spread while containing COVID-19 information or applications, where they are pretending to offer different kind of services, while on the back end they were actually stealing the device information and recording key stores and stealing the personal information. These Trojans were also reported by different organizations as on screen. Then attacks on the online platform Zoom, as I have mentioned before, that MS Team and Zoom were actually the session hijacking, and these kind of incident also reported. And the biggest challenge of this era that we can see that by using this online platform and generating the gold mines of text, graphs, and videos, and these could be used for different malicious purposes. And we are currently seeing the effects, and we're currently experiencing the effects of these gold mines of big data that we generated during this COVID-19 era. There were attacks on personal devices, and the most lethal kind of things. Also, you can see the remote desktop support was also some kind of session hijacking, and the use of these tools to install malicious software in the company's network was also doing the purpose for the brute force attack, and different kind of install different kind of vulnerabilities and exploit the whole network organization. VPN-based attacks were also reported. Some of the attacks related to the VPN were also reported. Vulnerabilities were easy for attacker to exploit also. Possible cyber warfare was also a kind of threat that the nation have reportedly been attempting cyber espionage during the pandemic, and they were actually covertly working on their agenda by evading or doing some kind of espionage for the different states where they might be entrusted to steal information, while they are pretending themselves to do some kind of COVID-19 beneficial mechanisms for different organizations. So the biggest challenge, as far as I know, or as I stand, and we are actually experiencing the effect now, it was the deep fakes. During this COVID-19 era, COVID-19 pandemic, every organization, starting from the government, the private sector, and you can say that an individual, actually generated trillions of big data samples in terms of videos, texts, and audios, graphs, and everything. And these one actually could be used later on, and this is being stored somewhere, right? There is no free lunch in the world, right? So the different organizations are actually providing us the free facility for the video chats and video meetings and these kind of stuff. So this actually mechanisms led us to the deepfake kind of mechanisms where the digital forensics and the digital forgeries can have been done later on, and we have seen its effect, that the deepfake danger in the hybrid workplace where it's about difficult to confirm the authenticity during the voice interaction, and also if there is some kind of deepfake video, then it is very difficult to detect this kind of stuff. And we have seen in Pakistan also that there was some kind of audio leaks and some kind of video leaks and some kind of, even we as a nation should be prepared with the more vulnerable kind of stuff, that because I'm sure that many organizations have samples of the many officials, many government officials, ex-government officials, and all the stuff. And these have even the gestures, even the videos, the text, and all the stuff. And this will be probably used, and I'm sure this will be used for different purposes by different organizations. And there will be a chaos kind of stuff when the people will say kind of non-repudiation, though this is not my voice, this is not my video, right? But this has been tampered, and you have to deal with, as a nation state, you have to deal with this kind of challenge. And I believe that this COVID-19 era actually contributed heavily into this, when this organization was actually forced to do their working environment online, and the people went online, and then in the online mechanism they generated videos, text, audios, gestures, and all the stuffs, and this will be used for different purposes. This is the biggest challenge that the world has to face actually. Then we can see the remote hybrid working cybersecurity challenges and best practices. So we can see that challenges in remote working, expanded attack surface, lack of security talents, less oversight by security staff. People were not mainly trained to work online, and they should have some kind of cyber health check and risk quantification mechanism. Poor data practices and procedures were actually implemented and used for different organizations. No one cared about the international standards like ISO or the NIST standard, or some of the guidelines were also given from different organizations. As I remember during this COVID-19 era, people actually bypassed these kind of guidelines. Then the cybersecurity challenges in remote working environment, we can say the unsecured and vulnerable hardware were actually everywhere. Unsecured and vulnerable network were everywhere, right? We know that there are various kind of inherent vulnerabilities by Wi-Fi devices, and you can say the wired devices. Then you have the unsecured corporate network, where the people are only using very basic security mechanisms, and they do not care about the international standards and international guidelines for working online. Then the misconfiguration in the public cloud and the webcam hacking and the Zoom bombing was also reported. Then we can see that if your webcam is hacked and the light is not turning on, then we have seen the incident that even the Sony TV incident was a popular incident, where the Sony TV camera was actually hacked, and it was recording, and it was relaying the transmission to some of the locations, and the Sony has also fixed this into their TVs. Some of the best practices for enterprises to enhance cybersecurity post-pandemic, some of the recommendations, we can see the protection mechanisms. Remote workers should use virtual private networks, or you can say the VPNs. Ensure the employees to use antiviruses, firewalls, and apply security settings in their web browser. They have to check this regularly. They have to update their antiviruses. They have to make sure that the employees back up their systems combat the ransomware attacks. For example, if there is some kind of ransomware attack, they should have some kind of data that they can recover from it. Then the staff should use company approved USB devices. All devices should not be allowed in different organizations, because this could be a kind of main threat to the organization, that some malware could be injected through this. Then for the web filtering, they should restrict the types of websites they can access. They can access, make sure the browser is secured by web filtering, and they should also block the newly registered and unregistered domains at their organizational level. Then they should work something very seriously about securing the remote access system, because for the remote access system, they should check their own personal computers if they have the kind of required patches that has been installed into the system. They have the specific firewalls. They have all the security configuration settings. Employee awareness is also a biggest challenge, and the people actually know many things, but they behave differently. And this is a challenge that the people are the biggest, and you can say the weakest link in the cybersecurity domain. So you have to invest on the people, and you have to train them. Then the securing the internet connection from their IT perspective, or the information technology perspective, or you can say the OT perspective, is also an important aspect that the organizations have to consider actually. Then the cybersecurity plans actually to come up with some kind of disaster recovery mechanisms, where in case of incident, the organization should deal with the different kind of disaster recovery plans, and they should have the business continuity plannings in terms of you can say incident of cyber attack. Then the third party management is also a challenge, and there should be a requirement that there should be organization should conduct cybersecurity audits regularly to do some kind of risk quantification for the organization. And they should be aware about the vulnerabilities, and the CVE, Common Vulnerability Exploit Database, continuously publishes these kind of vulnerabilities that are lethal to your organization. Cybersecurity policies need to be continuously reviewed and continuously updated according to the new authentication mechanisms, new access control, single sign-on, and these kind of things for different organizations. So they should be up to date according to the new requirements and the new legislation of the countries and the international standards. External parameter protection should also be kind of consideration by the organization that is actually entrusted to deal with the post-COVID-19 era, where the working environment has went online. Adopting cloud services should be also a kind of very careful you can say selection of the cloud services, where should have some kind of their policies, their cloud storage mechanism, and all the communication mechanisms should be reviewed carefully, that what kind of security mechanisms cloud itself is using to secure your data in terms of online you can say services when you are providing to your employees and different organizations. This is a cyber health checklist that has been published by the Interpol, where you can see that you need to back up your devices online, strengthen your home network, use strong passwords, keep your software updated, manage social media profiles, check privacy and security settings every time from the browser and all the things that you use, and avoid opening and delete the suspicious email and attachments. This is related to the phishing stuff. So something about the National Cybersecurity Auditing and Evaluation Lab. We actually work with different kind of mechanisms, and we are the National Cybersecurity Auditing and Evaluation Lab, and we are providing a kind of comprehensive environment for the risk quantification. We have developed a holistic approach for the risk quantification of the government organization, the private organization, and all of the other organizations that are entrusted to deploy the information security mechanisms. And for the risk quantification, we actually use our own indigenous developed tools that I'll also show in a minute to you. We have carried out various projects as flashed on the screen. We have done third-party audit of different organizations. We have done the hardware assessment, and we are actively involved in different government organizations like FIA and the private organizations like HBL and different of the organizations to provide them the cyber security services that we have, or the cybersecurity tools that we have developed in our facility. We are heavily involved in auditing of cybersecurity audits of different ministries and pen testing of the national and the international websites. And we have developed a tool that is going to help different organizations if they have developed their own what is called the mobile apps on iOS, or you can say on even Android devices. We actually review the security stuff, we find out the vulnerabilities and report this. These are some of the tools that we have developed indigenously. Pass1 is the malware sandbox. Then we have the operating system compliance toolkit that actually checks the compliance of international standards like ISO and NIST. If your air-gapped system or if your operating system is compliant, we have developed our own secure VPN. We have developed a web guard that continuously monitors your website, and in case of defacement, it actually reinstates your websites and alerts the organization that there is a cyber attack. We are also working to develop our own SIEM solution that will be helpful for different organizations to do some kind of threat analysis for their own organizations. We have developed the WebSat that is for the website security assessment, and we have developed the Link CERT that is an automated CERT environment that could be customizable for any organization that might be interested to get the CERT services. These are our national and international partners that flashed on the screen. We are working closely, and we seek information and we seek guidance from different universities around the world, and we also seek guidance, and we also seek the current national cybersecurity status from different government organizations that's flashed on the screen. This is my contact information. This was all from my side. I think I am on time. Thank you very much for providing me the opportunity. I am grateful to the organizer. I'm grateful to the chair, Amjad Saab, and I'm grateful for the speaker who provided me the opportunity to speak first because I have to go into the meeting. I'm really honored, and I am very grateful to you all, guys. I'm open for question if there is session for question or something, or
thank you. Sir, my brain is up to
Are there any questions? The cybersecurity related or the cost related? Anyone?
Sorry, I cannot hear.
Okay. If I can ask you a question.
Sir.
Yeah. The increase in the cyber attacks due to pandemic at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020, are they still the same, or they have decreased because now the pandemic is almost over?
Sir, during the pandemic, it's a good question. During the pandemic, actually, we generated gold mine already for the people who are interested to attack our organization. We already generated the text graphs and audios and all the stuff, and they have been stored somewhere, right? So with the passage of time, we can see that there is a significant change and significant increase in the cyber attacks because the people actually came to know various kind of different new mechanisms to evade the system. They find out different kind of windows and doors that how these systems could be evaded. Because for example, if some of the user who is not aware of the security and he connected from some of the location, and they actually found out that for example Windows 7 is using Windows 7 for example, so Windows 7 has these kind of vulnerabilities. So the vulnerability database actually has been expanded during this COVID-19 era, and after this COVID-19 era, we can see there is a huge spike and even a huge increase in the cyber attacks. Hello?
Can you hear me?
I cannot hear. There is no sound.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
please.
Okay, this is Mohammed from 16th. Simple question. So the bandwidth these days, not only software based but hardware based also. So is there any procedure in the government, especially in the government departments, that they can check the hardware that is procuring related to the IT equipment, that they can check before deploying it, because there is no way you can get rid of the manuals in the hardware, because the software manuals, there is always something that you can do about it. It would be very difficult to get rid of them that is embedded in the hardware. So, is there any suggestion or any advisory services that you are giving to the government?
I
Not,
could not.
I could not get your question exactly. What I understood is that you're asking that there's some kind of hardware attacks and software attacks, something like this.
So, like there's one here. Doctor, can you hear me now?
GDI is there now, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just repeat my question.
Sir, please.
I was trying to say that like the malware that we can find is in the software and in the hardware as well, right?
Sir.
So
Sir.
especially in the IT equipment, like a simple switch or a router can have some malware without anyone
Sir.
knowing,
Sir.
right? So my
Sir.
question is that there's a lot of procurement that is going on, especially in the government departments and
Sir.
in the sensitive government departments. So is there any kind of advisory services that you're giving to the government to have a check on them, because
Sir.
software.
Sir, I got your question. I got your question now.
Sir, thank you very much. Sir,
Thank you.
we have developed a tool that we call Feast. Here, can you see my mouse? It's firmware extraction security analysis tool. So this is a toolkit that we have developed. We actually doing the security assessment of the hardwares that the different organization actually are going to procure from different organization. So what we do, we ask them to give us the firmware also. We reverse engineer that firmware in our lab, and then we try to find out the back doors. I cannot take the name of the organizations here because it's an online session, and also we have find out the back doors of different firewalls that has been installed in different sensitive locations in Pakistan, and we reported these backdoors to the concerned authorities, and they are actually fixing it. So your question is very much relevant, and very much this is the actually need of the time, actually, because we as a nation are actually reliant on the third party software. We are not developing our own hardware. We are just developing a very limited kind of software, and you can say very limited kind of hardware. So we need the capabilities to, and this is a kind of very sophisticated mechanism. And the challenge is, when you get some kind of router, when you get some kind of firewall, and they do not give you the firmware. When they do not give us the firmware, what we do, we actually unsold the chip. We extract the firmware from that chip, and then we reverse engineer it, and then we find out the vulnerabilities into that firmware. And the challenge is, during this soldering and unsolding, the hardware could be damaged, right? So this is a very kind of challenges task for different sensitive organizations here in Pakistan. And we are also, yes, we are providing some kind of, I'm not saying a large scale kind of consultancy into this, but up to our extent, our limited capability, we are doing our best to provide the advisories to different sensitive organizations. I hope this answers your question.
Dr. Hazulullah, thank you very much for a wonderful presentation and
Sir, thank you so very much for inviting me, and my apologies for not being able to physically come there and meet the great people that are there present in the room. Sir, thank you very much. Thank you for providing me the opportunity, and my email and my contacts are here flashed on the screen. And if anyone is interested to do some kind of research collaboration and interested in any kind of activities, I'll be available. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
so much,
Dr.
Dr.
Hedras.
Hedras.
The next invited topic of this session is data-based interventions for a robust energy sector in Pakistan by Dr. Tayyab Mahmood. Dr. Tayyab Mahmood has a master's degree in energy systems from University of Melbourne and a BSc in mathematics and physics from King's College, London. He is currently working at LAMPS Energy Institute as a senior research associate focusing on power and energy sector. He previously worked at Sapphire Wind Power Company, part of the team leading development of 200 megawatt wind farms in Jimfair, Sindh. Please welcome Dr. Tayyab Mahmood with big round of applause.
शेयरिंग करना बस इसको तो मेरे जूम पे हम उसको ब्रॉडकास्ट कर लेंगे
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम
इसको थ्रोट को हाइड कर इसको प्रेजेंटेशन बस स्लाइड
I apologize. Dr. Fayaz was supposed to be here, but he has been held up in an important meeting, so he asked me to present this in his place. I was only told about this an hour ago, so I apologize. I was late coming here. I'll start by telling you about LUMS Energy Institute. It was formed in 2018. It was seed funded by Bilqis and Abdul Razak Daud Foundation. The vision or the mission that we started this energy institute was to help the energy sector improve and identify the problems and then identify the solutions and sort of support the government and private sector in implementing those solutions. We had 4 strategic goals: power and energy planning. This is very important since past governments have never given this due credit of how important this is in our energy planning. Capacity development, that's also an objective where we are looking to improve the skills and technical capability of government entities so that they can do their functions proficiently and more dutifully about what their role is in the energy sector. Grid modernization, again, implementing new technologies, smart grids, using data and analytics to identify problems and interventions that can be implemented. And also adoption of renewable technologies, electric vehicles, lithium-ion battery storage, agri-photovoltaics. That's a new venture that we're gone into, and also bringing together energy, food, and transportation as a nexus. Some of our new ventures that we're looking at. We have been very fortunate in establishing relationships with a lot of the government entities and private sector. We have had access to data which not many companies are able to get that, and that's purely because of the sort of leadership and skills that we demonstrate, and we have supported these entities in improving their own businesses and functions as well. Some of the key highlights have been with CPPA and NEPRA, the power sector market operator and regulator, respectively. We have been involved with them in developing the wholesale power market in Pakistan, and that's going to be the first of its kind for Pakistan, and it'll be operationalized next year, inshallah. We've also been working with NTDC in improving their forecasting methodologies and techniques, updating, or rather, I would say, completely revising the whole grid code, which is the holy Bible of power sector. We've been engaged with USAID for the power sector improvement activity. That's a 4-year program intended to completely from generation, transmission and distribution, and then load, improving each and every aspect in the whole power supply chain. Also working with Planning Commission in development of the integrated energy plan. That's never been done before, and it's one of the objectives that the country had for a long time in developing an energy plan for the whole country, where we optimize our resources with our demand. And then we've had a lot of workings with private sector as well, Fatma Group, Hadron Solar, and they have specific projects or activities or some questions that they would like answered in terms of research or in terms of analytics, and we provide those consulting services as well. Some of our success stories. In 2019, we developed the LUMS Power Dispatch Model. It's an Excel-based production simulation tool where we collected the data from the power generation in the country, in the NTDC system, and we simulate their dispatch, how their generation is, how they generate over the course of a year on an hourly basis. And we use this tool to simulate what the dispatch is going to be for each fuel, for each power plant, and what our capacity payments, what our energy payments is going to be. And based on these results, we published the first electricity outlook back in 2020, January 2020, and that led to a very landmark achievement. I've pasted this excerpt from a news article from back in September 2020, that what we highlighted was the LNG plants at the time. There were only 3 operational, Haveli, Bahadur Shah, Baloki, and Vicky. And they were all under the contract, were supposed to be dispatched 66% every month. And we had used our tool and simulated and showed the results to the government that in doing so, we have added more burden on the consumers because these LNG plants will not receive that dispatch, or at least not up to that mark, because the fuel is very expensive. So it does not make sense commercially to have this obligation or this energy take or pay obligation for the duration of the 15 years. And based on our results, the government at the time decided to amend this contractual position, and from January 2022, these LNG plants are now dispatched on merit order. If the fuel price warrants its dispatch, they will get dispatched. Otherwise, they will not. Previously, they were being dispatched regardless. So that was one of the first achievements that we made, and at the time, we had estimated over 5 years, it would lead to $1 billion savings in energy fuel payments at then LNG prices. Another achievement was electric vehicles policy. Under USA program, we did research and identified opportunities of having so much capacity, power capacity in our system, that having electric vehicles will not only increase the utilization of that capacity, but also reduce our oil import bill. And we were the first to recommend a policy for electric vehicles, which eventually was taken up by Ministry of Climate Change. And then we've done about trainings, specialized trainings for power sector entities, CPP, NEPRA, DISCOs, NTDC. These trainings have been very specialized, demand forecasting, transmission planning, generation planning, all those functions that have been either not been there or have been lacking in skills or credibility. So we've delivered about 10 or 12 training programs to more than 800 professionals from these entities. And as an energy institute, we don't typically act as a university center where we do a lot of research, read a lot of papers, and then publish papers. in journals. And we're more focused on industrial and societal impacts. So our reports are not for the purpose of reading and publishing in a journal. It's more to have that impact and it's more focused on answering the question and having readers or having the responsible entities in the power sector and energy sector to take some key messages from that and implement them. So we've done electric vehicles policy, we've done short-term load forecasting model for the system operations. We do dispatch consultancy services for private sector. We annually release our electricity outlook. The second edition was released 2 months ago. All these reports are available on our website. You can get a copy from our website. So coming to energy in Pakistan, we have a lot of energy imports basically because we import a lot of coal, LNG and oil. And over the last fiscal year, we've seen a dramatic increase in energy import bill, primarily because the prices have doubled and in some cases tripled as well. So this is becoming this was a problem before and it's becoming a huge problem now and it's becoming very unsustainable. But of this energy import bill, one of the largest consumers of the energy resources is the power sector. Coal, LNG, oil, furnace oil is a lot of consumed by the power sector. It's one of the big contributors to our energy import bill. So in terms of power sector, we have right now installed about 40,000 megawatt of capacity. Hydel is the biggest at 10,000. Furnace oil around 8,000 as well, but it hardly gets used and it's going to retire. A lot of this is going to retire over the next 10 years. And in terms of load, you see that MEPCO and above, Multan and above, we call this border between Punjab and Sindh the electrical center of the country. And north of this is 81% of our country's load. So a lot of our consumption comes from the Punjab center. And over the last 5 years, what we've done, or what the government has done, is install a lot of power plants in Punjab. These LNG plants, one of the imported coal plants in Saiwal, and the rest of the generation has been in the south. Third coal in the south, nuclear, and three imported coal projects around Karachi. One takeaway from this is, over the next 10 years, we are installing a lot of hydro, and third coal has operationalized in the last few months. And the way our demand is increasing and how the fuel is priced right now, what you're going to see is you're going to have a lot of generation from hydro in the north. You're going to have a lot of generation from imported coal and third coal plants in the south. And you're going to have a lot of generation from Karachi nuclear power plant, 2,200 megawatts in the south as well. But the generation in the center, that's LNG and imported coal, these are very expensive, and if a lot of renewables come into the system, these will not get dispatched. So all your generation is going to be in the north and in the south, but all your demand is going to be in the center. And that, operating a system like that is very challenging and a very difficult thing to do. So that from a system operations and from a network, network service perspective, this is going to be a very big challenge from the generation side going forward. So the financial implications, in the last year, we were around 1,500 billion rupees in terms of capacity and energy payments. Almost half, or more than half, were capacity payments, and the rest were energy payments for fuel. And we through our modeling and analysis, we saw that this is going to increase over the next 10 years based on the generation plan that NTDC has developed and the one that NEPRA had approved last year. And we see capacity payments increasing a lot, energy payments reduced because we are diversifying our fuel mix. We've added renewables, we've added third coal, we've added LNG, we've added coal as well, so imported coal, and so we've diversified our fuel mix, so our energy payments reduce. but they reduce very marginally. Our capacity payments, on the other hand, are increasing much more. And that's the biggest problem why we see electricity prices increasing over the last couple of years. And if you look at it in terms of percentage, the capacity component becomes about 65–70% of the total generation price. In advanced countries, you see this at 10–20%. So we've made and if you think about it, capacity payment is a fixed cost. It's the cost of setting up the power plant. It's not the cost of running the power plant. So the fixed cost is going to be a biggest part of our generation price. And we've added all this cost, but we don't have that demand to use it. That's why on a per unit basis, the electricity price is in 10 years, hydro is going to be the biggest contributor. You see the last tick in the last year, that's the Amber Bhasha coming online. It was assumed at the time it would come online in 2030. That has been a little bit pushed, but hydro is going to be the biggest contributor to capacity payments going forward. And you see capacity payments a little bit flattening. That's because a lot of the power plants, they have front-loaded tariffs. So the initial years, the tariff is high for debt servicing. In 2027 and onwards, you see all this debt servicing disappearing because the 10 years of operations has gone by. So some relief there from completion of debt servicing for these power plants, but that is offset by more and more hydro that is added into the system. On a per unit basis, the total price, if you see the black line on the right-hand side, that's decreasing, which is a good sign. That means the generation price over time is going to reduce. But the analysis assumes that the demand is going to grow very high because it's on a per kilowatt hour basis. We assume we have a projection of the demand and we have a projection of the cost, and that is basically cost divided by the demand kilowatt hours. But if the demand doesn't grow at this high pace, which in this analysis has assumed, this price is not going to go down. In the gas sector, again, we have a very, domestic, on the domestic side especially, we have a very constant domestic gas consumption, but in the winters there's a lot of spike that happens. And, for me, what is troubling is that our average price that we charge the domestic consumer is about $1.50 per MMBTU. And this is, I'm talking about where you have pipeline gas, so you have urban cities and centers. If you go to rural areas, they typically use wood for their heating source or for their cooking source. So if you bring it into MMBTU terms, that's about $5 to $6 per MMBTU. And if you look at the LNG that we procure right now, it's about $15 per MMBTU. This is only the contracted LNG we get from Qatar. If you add the spot price as well, then this shoots up to about $25 per MMBTU. So what troubles me is that the cost of gas is $15 per MMBTU. The affluent community enjoys gas at $1.50 per MMBTU, and the less affluent or the poor people, they have to utilize their energy resource at about $5 to $6 per MMBTU. So we'll focus a lot, over the last 10 years, focused a lot on power sector because that's where all the investments and all the generation development was happening and all the prices were increasing. But the gas is going to be the biggest challenge this decade, since we are running out of our own gas. It's been depleting annually, and it is projected that after 2030, we're not going to have a lot of sweet gas in our system. And I feel this is going to be the challenge for this decade. Power sector, a lot of the issues, a lot of the problems, you've already committed to that in the last 10 years. You can't do much there. But gas is going to be the biggest challenge this decade now. And this was on the supply side. Just to look at the demand side, and this is the power data for NTDC system. So this does not include K-Electric. The dark blue data that you see, that's your recorded demand. That's what we or NPCC, the system operator, that's what it sees as an aggregate for the system and what is supplied. The orange lines that you see, that's computer demand. That is, if you add load shedding into the recorded demand, you'll get the computer demand. So the differential between orange and blue, that's load shed. And we shed that load on a daily basis regularly, even in winters, because, and this has been allowed by Parliament, by the way, that we can not serve power in those areas where our recovery is very low, where people don't pay or there's a lot of theft. So we have allowed these distribution companies to not supply power there. And so that, a lot of that delta that you see between that, a lot of that is intentional load shedding. A few megawatts here and there would be where you don't have enough fuel capacity or generation availability.
But it never touches 40,000 megawatts. Why
No.
we have installed 40,000 megawatts?
I'm coming to that. That's going to be the, what's the takeaway from this is the minimum demand in a year. That's called your base load, right? What you supply at the minimum every hour of the day in a year. Historically, for the since 2017, it has been hovering around 7,000 megawatts. Only last winter, it increased to 8,000 megawatts. So your base load has been constant about 7,000. Only last year it has seen a slight tick and risen to 8,000 megawatts. Your demand in winters, it increases up to 12,000 megawatts. So if you think about it, our winter demand, minimum 8,000, that's late at night around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. when everything is shut down, everybody's sleeping. You see this is the minimum demand that the country is operating on. And in the winters, during the daytime, when everybody's in their offices, when the factories are open and everybody's working, you see this rise to 12,000 megawatt. Last year, it rose to 12,000. Before then, it was about 11,000. So from 7,000 to 11,000 range, we've increased to 8,000 to 12,000. Our recorded peak demand, what we've supplied, last year it was about 24,564 megawatts, and it usually occurs in June, in the summer months. This year it was a little bit less, about 23,000, because we did not have enough fuel. This June it was a very difficult summer in the whole world because of fuel scarcity. The computer demand, if you include load shedding, it goes up to 30,000 megawatts. So what I'm trying to highlight here is that the country in winter runs between 8,000 and 12,000, but in summer it goes up to 30,000. The actual demand that we would want to serve, it goes up to 30,000 megawatts. So what's this delta of about 18,000 megawatts that suddenly appears in summers? Anybody like to guess?
Air conditioning.
It's cooling load, fans and air conditioning. So, because, you know, we don't take off or we don't go on holidays in the winter, right? We are the same people, same companies, same businesses in summers and in winters. But we see a near doubling or more than that in summers, near doubling of our demand in the summers. And this is called cooling load from our analysis. And just to, have this takeaway is, we've installed 40,000 megawatt because we were not projecting what the likely demand is going to be. We just wanted to have a lot of capacity in our system. We were suffering from load shedding for most of the 2000s and early 2010s. We just went ahead without any planning that, okay, just add LNG, just add coal, add nuclear, then have hydro because they have long construction periods, so have hydro as well, they'll come online in the long term, and then just add bits of renewables here and there, open third coal as well. We kept on adding a lot of capacity, fair enough, but what is that capacity going to serve? Air conditioning and fans. That is your non-productive demand. This load is not helping improve our GDP, it's not helping improve our economy. So we've kept on adding capacities, expensive capacities, and we've bound ourselves with long-term contracts to pay for them, and we're paying them for our fans and air conditioning. What I'm trying to highlight here is that it just shows how inefficient we have been in our energy use. We have been very, we've adopted convenience and ease that, just build houses, build blocks, use this red brick, which absorbs heat during the day and then just emits it during the night. We did not look at energy conservation or energy efficient materials or construction practices. We just wanted to build our houses, kept on building our houses, and just to highlight that 50% of our demand is residential, is domestic sector. Industrial is not that big part. So the driver of our demand is our way of using electricity for air conditioning and fans. And we've sort of adopted this, this behavior or this attitude from 70s when a lot of people went to Saudi Arabia, and then when they came back, we sort of adopted that sort of behavior in our buildings and in our electricity use. We did not look at what this challenge this is causing to our system. And if you look, this is the load duration curve. So you have, for 2021, is the demand for the whole year in terms of percentages. What we did was that last 1,000 megawatt that we see in June, if I just reduce that by 1,000 megawatt and see how much time it crosses that. So the amount of time that the demand crosses 23,500 megawatts, or the last 1,000 megawatt, occurs for 85 hours. That's less than 1%. So for only 85 hours in a year, we have that 1,000 megawatt of increase in demand. Another 1,000, if you go down, that's about 435 hours, 5%. What I'm trying to highlight here is that power system planning, you install capacity based on your peak demand. Because you're looking at the worst case, like what's the most you're going to have to serve. You want to have that much capacity installed and some reserves as well. So we're installing for 24,000, 25,000 megawatt capacity. But the last bit that we incur in our system, that's only for a few hours in a year. I mean, do we really want to serve that demand? What is the cost of serving that demand? It's huge. And breaking this 2021 power supply over on a monthly basis, in winters you supply about 8 terawatt hours on a monthly basis. So if you look at it, this 8 terawatt hours times 12, 96 terawatt hours you're supplying whole year round. And this is the actual productive load that you're supplying. This additional energy that comes from cooling, that's about 47 terawatt hours. So in terms of megawatt, this cooling demand is 18,000, and this in terms of energy, it is 47 terawatt hours. So that the load factor is about 30%. So all these air conditioning and fans, they're taxing your system in terms of capacity a lot, but the utilization is, or the utilization factor is very low. So it's really not that a contributor, it's really not that important demand for us. We build a lot of capacity for it, but utilization does not help me at all. So at about $4 million per megawatt of generation and T&D cost, that's about an average cost, this is amounting to $84 billion of expenses on an annualized basis. So just think about, Dr. Faz likes to call it that, nak ragad ke IMF se $1 billion liya, and what this impact is causing to our system. Nobody's looking over it. I'll skip this. We did analysis as well that if you reduce those 1,000 megawatt that you see, you get about $1 billion saving, just 1,000 megawatts. If you reduce it, if you peak shave it over a year, you don't have to install that capacity. You don't have to run that energy cost as well. You get a lot of saving. So over here, we have blue line is power, green line is gas. What you see in power in summers, you see it in gas in winters. So the demand is spiking in the winters because, again, I'll quote Dr. Fiaz on this, that In summers, दीवारां ठंडियां करने लिए असी AC लाते और सर्दियों में हाथ सेकने के लिए हीटर लगाएंगे. We are just wasting our power and gas resources for comfort and convenience. And for a poor country, for a developing country, that's really not how you want to use your resource. Some of the interventions I'll talk about, we have an energy informatics lab under the umbrella of Lum's Energy Institute. We collect data from all of Pakistan residential. We have a lot of smart meters installed in a number of commercial and residential areas where we are able to analyze and see actually what the use of electricity and gas has been for customers, and then using machine learning and forecasting techniques and a lot of energy efficiency conservation data analytics. I'll go through some. I'll just touch on. A lot of people ask me then, what are we supposed to do with our houses? Like, okay, we agree that the way we build our houses, we consume a lot of electricity for air conditioning. There are measures and energy conservation approaches that we can adopt. High ceiling is one of them. And if you think about it, our elders, our grandparents and all, the houses in the olden ages, they used to have high ceilings. Roshandan, is tarah ki cheezein hoti thi. So they did that with a certain instinct in mind, if the science wasn't there, but they had an instinct that because you have a high ceiling, you can distribute the temperature inside. Then you can. One of the measures that we proposed recently to Ministry of Energy is just paint the roofs of all buildings white. A reflective white paint that is now readily available in the market. You just use that and paint it all the roofs in the building. You can save 1,000 megawatts from this. Building orientation, our plotting of our land is not done efficiently. We don't look at what the sun's orientation is going to be. We don't use daylight at all in our housing. Just in defense, we've actually seen plazas that you have plaza joined on the one side, plaza joined on the other side, and a plaza on the back as well. And in the front, you just have glass. Because it looks good, you have glass. So that kind of building is not going to survive without air conditioning. So nobody focuses on how to build energy efficient buildings. Geothermal is another solution that Energy Institute is currently working on. It's used in Iceland, US, Canada, and a lot of these countries. It's expensive there because they have to go quite further down underground to get that ambient temperature that you need, about 500, 600 feet. In Pakistan, you can get that temperature 20 feet, 25 feet down. So this is one of the areas that we're focusing on, and that new housing or the new buildings should really use this kind of technology for their heating and cooling purposes. You could use this for cooling in the summers because 25 degrees underground, 42 degrees in the atmosphere. You can use that temperature delta. In the winter, it goes down to 5 degrees. So you can circulate that, reconditioned air using just the Earth's natural surface. We've looked at the data for weekly energy consumption. This is on an hourly basis for each day from the whole system. I just wanted to ask, what do you think stands out in this map? So this is the heat map, right? On your x-axis you have hours, on your y-axis you have days. What part stands out to you in this image?
Time of the day, time of the day.
Yeah, time of the day. But you see that typically, right? During the night it's very low demand. During the daytime it's very high demand. Yes, but what sort of, if I come on this side of the thing, does anything stand out? I think it's very blurry here, but in my screen it's a bit more clear. If you look at Friday, right here, you see a drop in demand. You don't see that in other days. Right around here. This is about, let's say, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. It starts occurring from 12 p.m. goes up till 4 p.m. 5 p.m. So what's happening around that time? Juma. बिल्कुल ठीक. Juma की break होती है. But what's interesting is that drop in demand, you don't see it recovering any other day. And because of that, our Friday profile and Sunday profile is very similar. Now think about that, because Friday is a working day and Sunday is a holiday. But their load profile is the same. So the productivity is almost the same. Because of Juma, it's not that I'm criticizing Juma prayer. And what I'm saying is that because of Juma prayer, the behavior that we've seen is that people take off around 12, around noon, wuzu karna hai, namaz padni, and then after namaz you don't actually go back to work. You either go home, or even if you come back to work, you don't work. And because of the weekend effect, a lot of people have to travel to other cities as well, so they leave their offices early. So the Friday is looking like the same in terms of power demand profile as Sunday. And we've actually given this suggestion to government that make Friday a holiday and make Sunday a working day, because it's not an effective use of our energy resource. And if you think about it, Gujranwala, Sialkot, all these areas have Friday holiday and Sunday is a working day. So again, this shows how useful we are with energy. Again, this is megawatt hours. Your Friday and your Sunday are quite close to each other, even though Friday is a working day. And that's I'll skip this because it's another concern that a lot of the solar on the rooftop panels, on the rooftops of houses is coming along, and that's creating the duck curve. It's the infamous duck curve by California, and that during the day your demand is going to drop a lot, and when the evening peak comes, when everybody goes home and turns on their lights and fans and everything, solar is not there because it's the evening time. So you see a lot of ramping need or upscaling of your power supply in the evening time. And this is going to be a challenge. And because we don't have a separate tariff for energy and capacity, we have one volumetric tariff for consumers, rupees per kilowatt hour. By adding solar, I reduce my consumption from grid, but my peak contribution is still on the grid. So in essence, as a solar rooftop as a user, I'm telling the grid that, look, I'm not going to use your energy, but you need to have capacity installed just in case if I come to you. So who's going to bear that cost? We've also seen peak hours being changing over the time, and right now you see peak rates in the evening about 6 to 10 p.m. It's now shifted actually. We see peak hours coming in the afternoon period, and that's also a thing that has to change by the government. And our analysis has shown that you can save $3 million if you implement actual peak hours. I'll end on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tayyib, for presenting a very insightful talk. And volunteer to present in place of Dr. Sujit. By the way, Dr. My class about that first English and you about any questions? What is good replacement of that red brick for energy conservation? And number two is ये आपने base load वैसा और हमने install किया है 40,000 megawatt. With 40,000 megawatt install करने के बाद भी जो है load shedding होती है, पिछले summers में भी हुई, इस forthcoming summers में भी होगी, जबकि हमारा peak load जो है वो 24,000 25,000 megawatt तक जाता है. तो और जो मैनेजी किलोवाट आवर वाले प्लांट्स वो तो है फर्नेस वाले डीजल वाले. RLNG is not that expensive, is relatively cheaper, but still आपने उसको बस रन से उतार के तो फर्क कर दिया है, तो उसकी वजह से दोबारा लोड शेडिंग हो जाएगी. अब जब इंस्टॉल थे तो उनको बस रन नहीं रहने देते ताकि उसके लिए फ्यूचर मांग देते और वो उसकी डिमांड पैदा हो जाती तो हमें फिर वो लोड शेडिंग ना देखनी पड़ती. तो these two questions. Thank you.
इसके अलावा there are materials of
एक होती है अब हमारे कोल प्लांट्स लगे हुए हैं तो वो ऐश बहुत बनाते हैं, तो फ्लाई ऐश से आप ब्रिक्स बनाते हैं, दैट इज़ वेरी मच बेटर दैन द रेड ब्रिक। फिर अदर मटेरियल्स भी हैं, एक है एक्सपेंडेड पॉलीस्टाइरीन, EPS उसको कहते हैं, इट्स अ पैनल काइंड ऑफ। बल्कि जो जहाँ पे ये फ्लड्स आए हैं वहाँ पे उन्होंने जो डिस्प्लेस हुए लोगों के लिए एक मेकशिफ्ट हाउसिंग की है, दैट हैज़ बीन डन ऑन EPS पैनल्स। देयर आर मटेरियल्स आउट देयर, ये ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं। क्योंकि मैं आपसे सिर्फ सवाल ये पूछूंगा, बाहर किसी मुल्क में रेड ब्रिक नज़र आती है? न्यू मॉडर्न हाउसिंग देखिए, दिस रेड ब्रिक इज़ यूज इन फर्नेस, ये फर्नेस के लिए यूज इस्तेमाल होती है बिकॉज टेम्परेचर कंट्रोल वापस चाहिए था, हाई टेम्परेचर। घरों में हम बस ईज था बिकॉज हमारे किल्स थे, वी कैन यूज़ दैट, और एक माइंडसेट किया कि पक्का घर होना चाहिए, बट देयर आर मटीरियल्स आउट देयर। और प्लस इसको कंस्ट्रक्शन करने में हमारा घर एक टिपिकली घर बनने में 1.5 से 2 साल लगता है कंस्ट्रक्शन, बाहर लोग 8 महीनों में बनाते हैं। इवन दो वी हैव चीप लेबर एंड अ लॉट ऑफ लेबर, we still take a lot of time because what the materials and practices that we have, that's very time consuming. हम इस पे रिसर्च कर रहे हैं कि हम एक बल्कि मॉडल हाउस भी एक बनाएंगे कि what sort of materials, what sort of architecture, what sort of structure you need to have which will be strong enough, वो उसकी स्ट्रेंथ होगी, ऐसा नहीं कि वो गिर जाएगा, लेकिन वो एनर्जी एफिशिएंट हो। 8 महीने में बाहर जो है वो जो न्यू मटीरियल्स के साथ बन जाए। ठीक है, उन्होंने कुछ किया होगा, हाँ वो इम्पैक्ट नहीं आया होगा। हाँ हमारा इस तरह है कि अब जस्ट लास्ट वीक वी वर इन द मीटिंग विद सेक्रेटरी पावर एंड हमने कोई एक बात बताई, तो उन्होंने उसकी मीटिंग के बाद एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन की पॉलिसी पे भी कहाँ बात हो रही है, तो वहाँ पर उन्होंने ये डाल दिया कि जो नया घर बनेगा ना, दे हैव टू गेट इट सर्टिफाइड एज एन एनर्जी एफिशिएंट हाउस, तो उसके लिए स्टैंडर्ड्स बनेंगे, प्रोटोकॉल बनेगा। सो इफेक्ट वो इम्पैक्ट हम क्रिएट करना चाह रहे हैं, और आप डॉक्टर फयाज को जानते हैं, ही डजंट स्टॉप एट एनीथिंग। आपका एक क्वेश्चन था LNG का, वो जो बेस लोड से LNG को हम ये नहीं कह रहे वो नहीं चले, बट वी आर सेइंग दैट LNG प्लांट्स इफ देयर फ्यूल प्राइस इज चीप इनफ दे शुड बी डिस्पैच्ड। मस्ट रन से ये हो रहा था कि इवन व्हेन दे वर नॉट चीप, और जिस वक्त ये प्लांट्स लगे थे, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स हुए थे, LNG वाज नॉट चीप, कोल वाज चीपर। तो LNG को मस्ट चलाने में उनको हर वक्त चला देते थे और कोल को कर्टेल कर देते थे, सो दैट वाज इंक्रीजिंग योर कॉस्ट बिकॉज यू आर यूजिंग अ मोर एक्सपेंसिव फ्यूल रादर देन एन चीपर वन। अभी हम कह रहे हैं कि यू कैन यूज़ LNG प्लांट्स, दैट इज़ नॉट व्हाट यू सेइंग कि आप चलाएं ना, आप चलाएं, लेकिन अगर फ्यूल प्राइस वारंट करती है। लोड शेडिंग की वजह ये है जो इस समर से पहले जो होती रही है वो ये था बिकॉज ऑफ एरियाज़ जहाँ पे लॉसेस बहुत ज़्यादा हो या थेफ्ट हो, वहाँ पे तो होती है। अबाउट 2500 to 3000 मेगावाट्स ये लोड शेडिंग अक्रॉस द कंट्री अभी भी इस वक्त भी हो रही है। बाकी एरियाज़ में जहाँ होती है, जैसे हम अगर हमारे इधर रेजिडेंशियल एरियाज़ में, वो बिकॉज दैट इज़ बिकॉज ऑफ वीक ग्रिड्स, वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंपनीज़ के ग्रिड्स नहीं अच्छे मेंटेन हुए, वो भी अब बेहतर करना शुरू हो गए। हम मार्केट आ रही है, उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हुई है, उनकी अलॉट हम मैपको के साथ हम काम कर रहे हैं उनको बेहतर करने में, उनकी स्मार्ट मीटर्स लगाएं, आपको पता लग जाएगा किधर क्या हो रहा है, डाटा वो इक्विपमेंट मॉनिटरिंग करें कि कौन सा चीज़ की परफॉर्मेंस कैसी चल रही है। सो वो आहिस्ता आहिस्ता काम हो रहा है, और लेकिन उसको टाइम लगेगा, और डिस्कोज को ठीक करने में टाइम लगेगा। तो इस समर्स में तो हुआ ये बिकॉज वी डिड नॉट हैव फ्यूल, LNG वॉज वेरी एक्सपेंसिव, कोल वॉज वेरी एक्सपेंसिव एंड ईवन नॉट अवेलेबल इन द मार्केट, तो मिल ही नहीं रहा था। तो वी डिड नॉट हैव इनफ फ्यूल टू रन आवर पावर प्लांट्स, वी हैड इनफ पावर प्लांट्स टू सर्व आवर डिमांड, बट वी डिड नॉट हैव इनफ फ्यूल। और इस पे द चेरी ऑन टॉप वॉज दैट हाइड्रो वॉज वेरी लो दिस समर, मतलब अनप्रेसिडेंटली लो। तरबीला अराउंड जून, मुझे याद है तरबीला वाले कह रहे थे कि इट्स डेड लेवल पे है, जो कि कभी आज तक हमने देखा नहीं है, एटलीस्ट पिछले 10-12 साल में नहीं देखा। तो दिस इज़ अनदर कंसर्न गोइंग फॉरवर्ड दैट मई जून का जो मंथ है, दिस आर गोइंग टू बी वेरी क्रिटिकल, दिस इज़ वेयर ऑल योर डिमांड इज़ कमिंग एंड हाइड्रो इज़ जनरली लो। अभी आइस कैप्स मेल्ट होकर अभी आई नहीं है, जुलाई से हाइड्रो आ जाता है, मई जून में हाइड्रो नहीं होता। So how do you secure your system in May, June months? This is going to be very critical going forward because we are going to be increasingly dependent on hydro. जब अगर हाइड्रो नहीं होगा तो फिर क्या करेंगे?
हमारा बेस लोड को बढ़ानी
देखो हमारी पीक डिमांड बढ़ती जा रही है, इसका मतलब इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन तो खास हुई नहीं है। इंडस्ट्री लगती है तो बेस लोड बढ़ता है, क्योंकि इंडस्ट्री का लोड इज कांस्टेंट थ्रू आउट द ईयर, राइट? यू हैवंट सीन दैट मच ऑफ एन इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन, लेकिन पीक डिमांड बढ़ रही है बिकॉज इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हो रही है, हाउसिंग सोसाइटीज़ बन रही हैं। कीप इन माइंड डोमेस्टिक कंजम्पशन इज नियरली 50% ऑफ आवर पावर डिमांड, तो बिगेस्ट कंट्रीब्यूटर वो है। हाउसिंग बन रही है, कमर्शियल प्लाजाज बन रहे हैं, DHAs, बहरिया टाउन्स एंड ऑल दीज, और ACs लगे जा रहे हैं। मैं खुद जिम्मेदार हूँ, मैं अपने आप को खुद कहता हूँ, हमारे घर में 10 AC लगे हुए हैं, किचन में भी AC लगे हुए हैं, और हम बड़े वेस्टफुली यूज़ करते हैं। बट ये चीज़ें रियलाइज़ होती हैं तो फिर देन यू स्टार्ट जस्ट लास्ट बिट व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू पॉइंट आउट इज़ कि ये नहीं मैं कह रहा कि AC नहीं लगने चाहिए, AC होंगे। अभी होता है ये, हम हर कमरे में AC लगाते हैं और हर कमरे का AC चलता है, और ज़्यादा देर तक चलता है तो ठंड रहती है, चलाना हर वक्त चलता रहे तो ठंड रहती है। बट वी आर ट्राइंग टू से इज़ कि आप एनर्जी एफिशिएंट हाउस बनाएंगे, आपका AC आप नंबर ऑफ ACs कम कर देंगे और उनको थोड़ी देर के लिए चलाएंगे, ताकि वो इंसुलेशन आपने क्रिएट करनी है हाउस की विद द एटमोसफेयर। वह जब आप इंसुलेशन कर देंगे, यू डोंट नीड टू रन ACs ऑल द टाइम फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, एंड यू डोंट नीड अ लॉट ऑफ ACs, आप यूज़ कम कर सकते, you don't tax the system as much.
I noticed in the financial year 30, the blue line is again going up.
This is Dyamar Bhasha. This is Dyamar Bhasha. In the blue line you see going up, and orange line going down. That's Dyamar Bhasha. Hydropower plant, big plant. Because Dyamar Bhasha, at that time when we did the analysis earlier this year, was about 315 billion rupees each year is capacity payment for Dyamar Bhasha.
कैपेसिटी बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपेंसिव कैपेसिटी, बहुत ज़्यादा कैपेसिटी, दोनों रेट पड़ते हैं। That is why we are saying planning optimization. How much capacity we can, and 7,000 megawatts is retiring in this 10 years. We've been asking the government to retire as well. Don't have new capacity stand that up.
उसकी अब बात होगी, उसका ऑलमोस्ट तय भी होगा कि हाफ ऑफ दैट कैपेसिटी इज वेरी यूजफुल एंड वी गोइंग टू एक्सटेंड दिस कैपेसिटी, दैट इज गोइंग टू गिव अस अ बेनिफिट। देखिए हमारा जो लोड प्रोफाइल है ना, वो पीक ही ज़्यादा है, वो पीक बहुत करता है यूटिलाइजेशन लोड, बाकी मुल्कों में ऐसा नहीं। इंडिया में तो वैसे भी ग्रिड काफ़ी कोई बहुत बड़ा कंट्री है, सूबे बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, तो सेग्रीगेशन काफ़ी है, लेकिन उनका इस तरह से पीक नहीं करता, और इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन वहाँ पे बहुत हुई है, सच दैट कि जो कॉस्ट का शेयर है वो इंडस्ट्री काफ़ी हद तक बेयर करती है। अभी हो ये रहा है 50% हम डोमेस्टिक हैं, तो जो हमारी कॉस्ट है वो ज़्यादा बर्डन डोमेस्टिक पे आता है, इंडस्ट्री का वो शेयरिंग नहीं है। बट तो इसलिए जब हम इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन कहते हैं, हम चाहते हैं कि वो इंडस्ट्री वो हमारी कॉस्ट को बेयर करे, कुछ उसका बर्डन को थोड़ा सा वो ले, उसके लिए वो अगर प्रॉफिटेबल है तो वो करेगा, और वो करेगा अगर आप इंसेंटिवाइज करेंगे, पॉलिसी मेजर्स रखेंगे, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस होगा, तो जरूर करें।
को बहुत ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को प्रमोट करें, ये सारी जो सर्कल्स इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है ये उनको दे रहे हैं ऊपर, आपका ट्रांसपोर्ट activity and various tolerance the import dual role activity, load and generation.
So you
So you can
can serve it as a load during off-peak period and generation in the peak period. You can do that.
हम कहते हैं वो चुन्नी का ही दोपहर में कराची की अगर हम बात करें वो अभी कल कराची के आई थी उन्होंने बताया कि उनकी पीक आती है दोपहर 3 बजे
और रात 1 बजे। ये
कॉन्सेप्ट है जिस वक्त पीक आए उस वक्त प्राइस ज्यादा हो ताकि सिग्नल जाए कंज्यूमर को डोंट यूज इलेक्ट्रिसिटी दिस टाइम दैट्स व्हाट इट और उसी का टेस्ट करते हैं एक छोटी सी बात होती है अपने डिसीजन का मसला है बट ये मसला है कि यहाँ तो पानी में इसके लिए दूसरे काम के लिए
जो रन रिवर प्लांट्स हैं ना वो आपके रिन्यूएबल की तरह है। पानी का फ्लो आ रहा है, आप उसको रोक नहीं सकते, यू हैव टू जनरेट, अदरवाइज यू मिस द अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ जनरेशन। देयर मस्ट रन फ्रॉम दैट पर्सपेक्टिव बिकॉज यू कांट कंट्रोल द वाटर फ्लो। जिसमें स्टोरेज है तरबीला मंगला में, वहाँ पे आप स्टोर करते हैं, वहाँ पे आपने वाटर और पावर का देख के थोड़ा को ऑप्टिमाइजेशन करनी है, अभी हो नहीं रही, करनी है। वहाँ पे इरसा जो है वो बताता है तरबीला मंगला को आपने पानी कब छोड़ना, लेकिन वो 24 घंटे का पीरियड देते हैं कि 24 घंटे में इतना पानी छोड़ देना। तो जो तरबीला मंगला है वो उस तरह चलते हैं। तो फ्रॉम दैट पर्सपेक्टिव वो स्टिल मस्ट रन है कि उन्होंने चलना ज़रूर है 24 घंटे के अंदर उन्होंने, लेकिन चलना ज़रूर है, पानी छोड़ना है। 24 आवर्स इरसा 24 आवर्स का उनको विंडो देता है कि आप इससे ज़्यादा दे नहीं रोकना। बाहर जो दुनिया में हाइड्रो लगे हुए वो लॉन्गर आवर्स की स्टोरेज रखते हैं जो हफ्ते के अंदर यूज़ हो सके। दैट इज़ व्हाट वी नीड।
लोगों ने एंजॉय किए
Thank you so much, Dr. Tayyab. The third talk of the session is titled as Is Still Relevant? This takes a tool for disinformation, state-of-the-art open challenges, countermeasures, and a way forward by Dr. Ali Javed. Dr. Ali Javed is serving as an associate professor and director of the University Media Signal Processing Research Lab in the Software Engineering Department at UET Tesla. He served as a postdoc doctoral scholar in the Smiles Lab at Oakland University, USA in 2019, where he worked on NSF-funded project on audio forensics and brain aneurysm foundation-funded project on brain aneurysm detection and fracture prediction. As an international collaborator, he worked on several funded projects in the domain of computer vision at Oakland University, University of Michigan, Korea University of Technology, Education, Qasim University, and University of Jeddah. He has also served as a HOD in Software Engineering Department at UET Tesla. Dr. Javed got selected as an ambassador of the Asian Council of Science Editors from Pakistan in 2016. Please welcome Dr. Ali Javed. Please, Dr.
try. Assalamu alaikum ji. First of all, thank you KICS committee for inviting me for this talk. Good to see number of people here. So today I am going to discuss about the deepfakes, how deepfakes can be used as a potential tool for the disinformation, and what are the certain challenges in deepfake generation as well as deepfake detection, and what's the way forward. So today I'm going to discuss about the intro, what is deepfakes, and then a brief discussion about the difference between misinformation and disinformation. What are the types of deepfakes that do exist? I mean, there are audio deepfakes, there are visual deepfakes, and among those still there are multiple categories. And then why deepfakes are being used these days or being generated so heavily? What are some of the potential reasons? In deepfake generation, still there are some challenges in future directions, so I will discuss those as well. And then we'll shift to deepfake solutions, which is the detection part, and what are the open challenges there, and towards the end I will talk about the prototypes. So this project that I am currently working is the Punjab HSC funded project. So I will start with this video.
Тепер вічно не вийшло. Стало тільки гірше. Значно гірше. Відчуємо ніякого заходу. Я раджу скласти зброю і повернутися до своїх сімей. На цій війні не варто вмирати. Я раджу вам жити. І я збираюся робити те саме.
While seeing this video from the naked eye, you can hardly tell that this video is or this content is not real, but rather a fake video of the Ukrainian president which is telling his nation, his soldiers to surrender. So that deepfake video was launched during, I guess, the initial parts of this Russia-Ukrainian war. So just imagine, even if some people do believe that this is the real video, so this can be very demoralizing for a nation that is fighting a war. Now, I would like to share a brief intro about the deepfakes. So what are deepfakes?
Don't believe everything you see on the internet. Not in the age of AI, anyway.
Convincing image, audio, and video hoaxes. A combination of deep learning and fake, the term refers to both the technology and the doctored content. Deepfake has a presence in all industries, from politics to even IT security, as you'll see later in the video, so stick around. Deepfake technology has gained popularity and notoriety in recent years, notably during election cycles regarding fake video content. Video is traditionally more difficult to alter than still photos or audio clips. Deepfake, however, puts this ability into almost anyone's hands. Malicious actors can easily falsify videos to create the impression of people doing and saying untrue things, usually to tarnish reputations or spread false information. So how does it work? And why does it matter? Deepfake content is created with two AI algorithms, the generator and the discriminator, which essentially work against each other to form a general adversarial network. The generator creates the phony content, like putting a politician's face on someone else's body, for example, while the discriminator determines if the content is real or not. As the generator gets better at creating fake video clips, the discriminator gets better at spotting them, and vice versa, making for a believable end result. Deepfakes can be sophisticated and convincing, and have the potential to distort reality, deceive viewers, and could even influence voters when used to damage a political candidate. And while experts say it's highly unlikely that deepfakes of public figures go unrecognized for long, they can still do damage if not caught in time. Voters, political establishments, and law enforcement should be concerned with deepfake threats, but so should IT pros. Learn why IT leaders should be aware of deepfake security risks.
So, now we
Don't
talk about
what are deepfakes? So deepfakes can be audio, can be video, can be images. So when we talk about deepfakes, many people think they are just fake videos. But trust me, audio deepfakes are even more lethal because these days, even in the Pakistani political arena, we see a lot of audio leaks, and there can be some which are real, but there are a lot of those which are audio deepfake. So deepfake are being generated by using state-of-the-art GANs type architecture, like a generator who tries to create the fake images or videos or audios, and a discriminator who try to detect. So at the start, you can say with limited data, a discriminator pretty much quickly detects that this is real or fake. But as long as we feed more data or more training involved, so discriminator gets fooled, and that is the point where we can see we are reaching towards more realism as far as deepfakes is concerned. So a brief history I'm showing about from where or which point that deepfake started to emerge. Before 2014, when Ian Goodfellow, a PhD candidate at University of Montreal, proposed that GANs, a kind of deep learning algorithm which actually revolutionized this, you can say, machine learning domain. And before 2014, when we talk about the fake images, we talk about the general or shallow kind of forgeries, like copy move forgery, image splicing. But after 2014, when we had GANs, there becomes a time like in 2017-18. This was the time when we saw the emergence of audio deepfakes, visual deepfakes, image deepfakes, and more and more synthetic data. And there we saw many, you can say, notable deepfakes as well, like a deepfake of Mark Zuckerberg, a deepfake of Barack Obama, a deepfake of, or you can say, audio deepfake of Barack Obama as well. And this trend is potentially going on, and we can expect more, you can say, lethal deepfakes because of the, you can say, progression in these GAN-based, you can say, algorithms. So, telling about the impact of deepfakes being a kind of a disinformation tool. I mean, how deepfakes can actually create chaos and you can say damage the reputation of some person, some individual, even countries. So you can portray famous personalities controversial to their fans, like showing them in a situation which they were never ever in that kind of situation. And it is very easy to create, you can say, the deepfakes of influential people because being a common man, I mean, woman, we don't have much data available on the internet about ourselves. But you can see a lot of data about those, you can say, influential persons or reputed persons, like the presidents of certain countries, sports athletes, you can say, media persons, and so on. Moreover, with deepfakes, you can create political or religious stress within the country. For example, what we saw at the first slide, that can be one example. Defaming individuals. Recently, very recently, we saw a case of PDI Senator Azam Sawati, where his deepfake video was leaked, and that was purely to defame him. And then deepfakes can be used to manipulate election outcomes, or at least you can say election campaigns by targeting certain individuals, can create a warmongering situation among countries. Just imagine, I guess 2-3 years back when Pakistan forces captured the Indian pilot, and just imagine if that Indian pilot would have been portrayed in a deepfake video like someone from the Pakistani side had killed him. So at least for some moment of time, this could bring two nuclear powers in a very, we can say, awkward situation. Moreover, deepfakes has impact on financial markets. For example, if you want to show there is a lot of terrible law and order situation in some certain country, and you keep on propagating such propaganda, so at times, I guess it will show its effects on the financial markets as well. And then deepfakes can exploit facial or voice recognition based system to, you can say, compromise the safety or security of something. In Pakistan, I don't see that trend much, but in US, I saw almost every home were smart home. They use smart speakers like Google Home, Amazon Alexa to operate the home. So if someone can generate the clone version of your voice in your absence, he can, operate your house, he can control your house, so your security is deeply compromised. Moreover, obviously, online fraud is also possible. In situations where your facial recognition, you can say there is some application which recognizes or gets verification from the face. So if you can spoof your system by generating a fake, you can say face, you can also do or commit this online fraud. Then a brief difference between the misinformation and disinformation. Both actually propagate false information or spread false information, but in misinformation, the intention might not always be to defame someone, for example. Misinformation can be for the purposes of, like, you can say, for fun. For example, there are certain apps like Zao, Reface, which you can use to create the forced person or even the clone of yourself as well. At the other end, if we talk about the disinformation, so disinformation is something where the agenda is simply to propagate the disinformation with the intent of, you can say, committing some fraud or the negative purpose. And these are some of the tools which are used to spread the disinformation, like trolls. Trolls can be for the purpose like if you run some sort of channel, you can create such deepfake videos to get the followers and that kind of thing. And then people hire some sort of trolls who can work for you and, for example, to defame someone or any agenda. Conspiracy theorists, these are the guys who create, you can say, fake documentaries. Remember the COVID outbreak? When it spread, there were a lot of rumors like this is not a food market or the wild animal market virus. This is some kind of a lab virus. So politicians, we all know in Pakistan, almost all the parties, all that is big political parties have their own media cell. So they create such sort of videos or audios and use, for example, against their opponents. Bots are being used to generate fake news in terms of tweets, and still these days we have voice bots as well. In 2016 US election, it was there was a story that 1/5 of the tweet regarding the election campaign were generated by these bots. So that means that information can be real, that information can be fake. Hyper-partisan media. This includes the fake websites, or you can say the blogs, which people use intentionally to malign someone. In 2020, if you have heard about the European Union Disinfo Lab news, that our neighbor country were controlling such sort of hyper-partisan media to propagate disinformation about Pakistan. And then obviously foreign governments, like the very first slide which we saw about the Ukrainian president, that could be the case of this foreign government, where the foreign government actually tried to create such a sort of weak fake video to propagate something to advance their agenda in the war. So this is a brief, you can say, architecture about the types of deepfakes. On one side we have visual deepfakes, on the other side we have the audio deepfakes. So in visual deepfakes we can have face swap. Face swap is something where we try to portray the face of a target person into some source video. So you can give the impression that this is that person which is actually present in some kind of video and doing things and saying things which he never saw. Second one is puppet mastery. Puppet mastery focuses more on, you can say, about the facial expression, and you try to portray the facial expression, for example, of, I can say, President Trump on Barack Obama, or the facial expression of Imran Khan on Nawaz Sharif. Third type is lip syncing. Lip syncing is someone where you try to put the voice or audio into someone's mouth. For example, I will show you a video of Barack Obama where he's saying something, but that audio is not his own. So this is some other person speaking, and just to make it real, what that lip syncing deepfake does, that control or manipulate the lip movement according to that audio, so that it gives the impression that this is the real video. And the entire face synthesis covers the domain where you try to create, you can say, facial images of a person who never exists in this world. And the last one is facial attribute manipulation. In different type of social media websites, you see those apps like can generate the baby version or can generate the older version of some person. So what we expect from the older person, for example, there will be a lot of wrinkles in the skin, and when I move towards the younger part or the kid part, so that wrinkle should be removed. The facial texture should be, you can say, more smooth. So deepfakes can also be used for this purpose. And the second side is the audio deepfakes. And audio deepfakes can be comprised of two parts. One is text-to-speech synthesis and the other is voice conversion. Text-to-speech synthesis generally involves the algorithms which use the transcripts, the text sample, to generate the cloned version of the voice. And voice conversion actually use the voice sample. Two websites exist. If you get some time, you can visit on a free time. Lyrebird, Lyrebird, and Baidu from Chinese, Baidu. So what they does, they actually take some voice samples from you. For example, if I remember about Lyrebird, I guess they take about 10 to 15 minute voice samples and then generate the cloned version of your own voice. And these softwares, or you can see applications, are evolving. So these days they are creating much better outcomes rather than when they emerge actually. So this is the first video I'm going to show. This is the face swap.
My fellow Americans, and friends, clients, and family members all over the world.
Actually, this person is Reggie Brown, which is not Barack Obama.
And for all of your support these past few years. 2014 was the best one yet. And, 2015 is going to be even better. So, thank you so much. Continue to follow it. I am Reggie Brown on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. And I'll be seeing you a lot in 2015. Peace.
As long as you do not see the video multiple times critically, maybe on the first go, you would again believe that this is Barack Obama, but this is not actually Barack Obama. The second one, this is the case of a puppet master.
We're entering an era in which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time, even if they would never say those things. So, for instance, they could have me say things like, Killmonger was right, or Ben Carson is in the sunken place, or, how about this, simply, President Trump is a total and complete dipshit. Now, you see, I would never say these things, at least not in a public address, but someone else would. Someone like Jordan Peele. This is a dangerous time. Moving forward, we need to be more vigilant with what we trust from the internet. That's a time when we need to rely on trusted news sources. It may sound basic, but how we move forward in the age of information is going to be the difference between whether we survive or whether we become some kind of fucked up dystopia. Thank you. And stay woke, bitches.
And the third one is about the lip sync. Here, the voice is not of, you can say, Barack Obama, but the lip movement.
Hi, my name is Supaswaran Suwajanakorn. I'll be presenting my thesis title called Audio-Visual Persona Reconstruction.
Here, the lip movements were actually made
similar to the audio, so that it looks something that this is the person who is telling about this thing. So now a brief look about the generation. Why people are, generating so many deepfakes these days? What has changed in these recent years that has urged people to go for generation? So there are, I've listed few of the possibilities or reasons. There can be many more. So first is availability of state-of-the-art devices and the devices at very economical prices. These days we have smartphones where we can capture a lot of data, we can store the data. These days we have very high performance computing GPU machines. Because deepfakes cannot be created on a simple CPU machine. It will run for maybe months. So you need very sophisticated high performance computing machines because there is a lot of data that is involved in the training. Second, obviously the availability of data. We capture a lot of data, we share a lot of data on different social media sites. So there is plenty of data available, and in most scenarios or most cases, I guess even we common people don't bother about the security and privacy of our data. So with the availability of so much data, this is one more point because we need data to create deepfakes. Third, obviously, the presence of current state-of-the-art machine learning algorithms, deep learning algorithms that actually make, or you can say, portray those deepfakes more convincing to reality. So we can expect, in 2017, when if you find some time, just Google 2017 deepfake videos, and you will see clear pattern. For example, by looking at the video from the naked eye, you can tell swiftly that this is not real. But these days we have so much convincing deepfake videos. From the naked eye on a one go, you can't tell the difference. Until and unless you are working on the domain and you have all the bits and pieces to counter, okay, this looks, you can say, fake or real. And then obviously the presence of apps. I talked about the two apps, Zao and Reface. You can check on the App Store, you can use these apps to create the deepfake version. So again, back to 4 to 5 years, we don't have such apps. So even now, a common people actually can create such sort of, you can say, deepfakes by using those apps. Now, what is the current state of the art as far as deepfake generation is concerned? Whatever audio videos I played, you have noticed that there is one person in that particular video. In general, you can have video where you have multiple subjects, and that is very common. So right now, you can say deepfake generation research is targeted to a single person in a video. In the future, we can expect that there will be multiple individuals which will be deepfake. For example, right now, focus is only on the facial part. But there are a lot of things to copy. Body language, you can say, the pose, gesture, and so on. So right now, research is limited to the facial part, most of the part. But in the future, we will see, obviously, other segment as well. And obviously, right now, the deepfake generation methods mostly look for the frontal view, not for the side pose or side view. So, talking about the challenges in the audio deepfakes, there is one, you can say, challenge of we often experience some sort of temporal disturbance or flickering. So that means that this is a point which needs to be improved as far as audio deepfake is concerned. Blurriness around the facial regions. It is very common that whenever you create some fake video, there will be a lot of artifacts and algorithmic artifacts that will be visible in the video if you don't hide them. So this is a part of anti-forensics. So in anti-forensics, what people do, people try to manipulate, or you can say hide the traces of forgery. So how you can hide the artifacts in images? If people, anyone here work on images or video, they pretty much know. They use averaging, they use smoothing. So smoothing causes blurriness. Over smoothness at times in the facial texture, that is pretty much visible. Lack of head movement or rotation. Head movement, in these days we see videos, you can say, where, for example, in Barack Obama video, we see a lot of, you can say, head movement. But rotation of, you can say, faces in certain angles is still limited. Lack of space of occluding objects. So this is one tricky point. If you have to, for example, you can say, tell the people that this looks real or fake. So this is one point, that whatever fake videos or images you are going to see on the internet, it will be of the faces where you will never see a glasses. At least I never see till date. And then sensitivity in different in the variations in your posture, gaze, you add time C, color inconsistency as well. And one significant challenge is you need a lot of, you can say, training data and time. So people would love to reduce the computational cost of deepfake generation algorithms. People would love to reduce the requirement of more data. So these are the actually two challenging parts as far as deepfake generation is concerned. And then future directions, you can in the future go for deepfakes which are full body deepfakes. You can in the future experience deepfakes where the surrounding information is also manipulated to, for example, get some people convinced that this person can be there in certain place. Multi-subject manipulation where more than one people you can say are deepfake. Audio-visual manipulation by the way exists, but limited you can say. So there is much room that people can use or generate more and more audio-visual based deepfakes. And then obviously the prototypes or applications or tools should be lightweight. So till now I have discussed about the deepfakes and portray them as a manipulation tool, as a disinformation tool. So deepfakes can be generated for good purposes as well. But since many people are using it for malicious purposes, so it is become more important to tackle, you can say, the generated deepfakes or detect them. So this is one company's tool, deepfake nostalgia, I guess. And what they did, they simply took the photos or static images of some people which are not anymore in the world, and then they generate the deepfake. So you can say a little bit motion from one static images and then show them to their families to give something you can say cheerful to them.
You know who that is?
Oh my God, yes, I know who that is.
I don't think you're expecting what you're about to see.
Oh God, it's like seeing him alive again.
It really is. And I've never got to see him alive before, so it's like seeing him for the first time.
It's almost like you brought my daddy alive again for a while for me.
You ready?
Yeah.
It's amazing, kid.
That is.
Oh, you did that. Oh, my God.
that we can use deepfakes for some positive perspective as well. So that was the part of you can say generation side. Now I would like to discuss something about you can say detection aspect. So what are the current problems that we have in deepfake detection generalizability? These days we see, I mean methods, there are plenty of methods who work superb in one data set, but when you throw them a completely or entirely different data set, which you can expect that in any real world scenario, you can have any video randomly, you can pop up to those detector apps, and actually most of the current state of ours actually fails. So you can say the accuracy from 90s below, or you can say reduces to 60s or even more below than 60s. So this is one important. Then obviously we need to improve the robustness of deepfake detectors. So robustness against anti-forensics attacks, adversarial attacks, against certain type of challenges, like we can have the different genders, we can have different you can say skin colors, we can have different type of variation in skin tones. And cost effective is not only necessary on the generation side but detection side as well. So I mean this is something which again is a big challenge, and this should be addressed. Then if we look about the techniques of deepfakes, I mean you can tackle deepfakes by handcrafted feature-based method, or you can tackle the deepfakes by using the deep learning feature-based method. So I got a notice that I have to finish it soon, so I will try. These are some of the available data sets that we use deepfakes. Fake AD celeb is the only one which have both the audio and visual forgery, and the rest are the visual operated. ASP spoof is one which I missed in this slide. This is for the audio one. I wanted to discuss a few solutions as well on the audio side and video side. I will try to make it quick. So we developed these three solutions: voice spoofing detector, voice spoofing countermeasure for LA attacks, and towards protecting cyber physical and IoT system. So the first one which we developed, that system counters both logical and physical access attacks, but there was one issue in that method, or you can say the feature generation method. That approach was dependent on some static threshold, so we tried to counter this one in our second method, and here we tried to you can say the feature generation capacity, in the feature generation or computation method, we tried to automate that threshold. And in the third one, this is a unified anti-spoofing which detects all kind of audio forgeries. So this work again, our research contribution is on the feature side. We develop a known audio feature space. As far as visual deepfakes are concerned, we developed 4 to 5 different methods. This one was for the face swap detector, where we go for handcrafted based feature approach. The next one, deepfake examiner, is the end-to-end deep learning model, and this is something where we try to capture all visual forgeries. In the first method, we are focusing on the face swap. Third one is for the detection of shallow and you can say synthetic images. Here we try to create an efficient model by inclusion a custom version of EfficientNet. We try to incorporate MFM activation to reduce the computational cost. Fake catcher, this is the one where we first experimented with a parallel pipeline. One is the pre-trained model and one is the model which we trained from the scratch. And here we didn't only focus on detecting different visual deepfakes, but also about the different generative methods that were being used to generate those deepfakes. Next one is the regularized forensic net. Here we propose a game theoretic approach. In game theory is a concept where you have adversary at one end which try to bring more challenging, you can say, fake content, and the player which we try to detect those ones. So this is a game theory based framework. Again, this work is also under review. And the last one, currently this is our latest work, which is the audio visual deepfake detection. Here we propose a transformer based network where you can see 2 pipelines. The model is same. It processes the video and audio segment individually. So what we do, we straight away detect the faces and pass the frames to video based model. In the audio, we try to generate the MEL spectrogram, and when we generate MEL spectrogram, you can say we already converted them into the images. And at the end, if both models if any of the model actually tells that this is fake, we declare it as a fake, because the dataset that we use here, AV fake select, it contains visual only forgery videos, it contains audio only forgery videos, it contains where both audio and visual content is forged, and it contains the real, you can say, visual and audio forgery as well. These are some of the open challenges like unified framework, detection on the void, development of novel data set. We have right now just one data set which captures both audio and visual forgery. So there is much room, and that is highly class imbalanced data set. Attack resistance, deepfake detector should be resistant to anti-forensic as well as adversarial attacks, and then deepfake detection under multiple people. When we have multiple people in the video and only one is deepfake, it will become more challenging. And then multiple deepfake detection, people detection, for example, we can have more than one people you can see which is deepfake. Cross corpus I already discussed. Explainable AI, explainable AI, I just tried to finish it. Explainable AI is something where you can say we try to develop a deep learning model which is somehow interpretable. Because the problem with deepfakes is that is the black box model. You don't know how it is doing every bit and pieces. So we are also working on this side, and towards the end, I just try to share the current progress in our app. We are still actually, you can say, working on this app, and we are planning to complete it by September 23rd, 2023. And these are some of the comparisons of the available app. None of the app exists in Pakistan, right now. And none of the apps cover all type of forgeries. So we are going to cover, you can say, all type of forgeries, and we are working on a unified prototype. So just at the last, I'm just trying to show our current progress till date.
Here you are seeing our developed prototype for deepfake detection. For the detection of deepfake, users have to go to the scanner view. You have the option to check audio only, video only, or audio-visual deepfake in this detector. User select his content type from choose clip drop-down menu.
Right now we have added 3 of our models out of the available 5-6 that we research on.
We are having our 3 support models: deepfake examiner, deepfake catcher, and regularized forensic. After selecting the model, user can upload the file from system. When he presses the scan button, the processing at backend starts. Each frame is examined for detection of deepfake, and finally
on front end. As every frame is examined, so it takes some time in processing for the long videos.
This is what that we are working on getting the computation cost part.
this is deepfake video. It can be
This was the video that was provided, and this is some Hollywood actor, and that has been face swapped.
prototype is in its initial phase. We are having only few models at backend.
In near future, our application will have a variety of deepfake detectors for each content type like audio, video, and combined audio-visual forgeries.
So thank you very much. Now
I can take questions.
This was, I think, a very informative talk.
Thank you.
And I to answer the related business. Thank you so much, sir. On the innovation.
And the same like the lip sync, the movement, that does not affect. Now, these days, very convincing as well. And my question is, in the future, are they going to find this the virtual reality or augmented reality? Get the character can be anywhere. Is this going to I think it is something that is being going on somewhere, but I mean, it can surely be possible. And yeah, people can go for that one as well. But not in my knowledge that
at this point if someone is doing. Because I guess the good work that people are doing in this domain. I know Professor Hani Farid from University of California. He is very renowned person in this domain. And I follow his research, and he's very kind enough to give me his data sets as well for our performance, algorithm performance evaluation. So whatever research till date or point, I've not seen this one at the moment, but certainly this is possible. And the way things are progressed in just 5 years, from 2017 to 22, I mean this is the period, 2017 to 16 first deepfake appeared, which was not convincing, and after 5 years we see, I mean those videos. For example, the first one that I showed, the Ukrainian president, I mean by looking with the naked eye, it's hard to tell that it is fake. So we can definitely, I mean, you can say expect those as well, with combining them with augmented reality.
Just one more question. Because are you based in University of
No, I
am from University of
Okay.
So why don't you and they combine and make something which is, as you said, is not working?
Why not? I mean, I would like to, definitely.
And if you need any help, I'm
Because my current funding is going to end in September next year, so I'm constantly putting more proposals these days. I'm going for TDF as well. Yeah, I know. I mean, in my last meeting, I just came, I guess, a few months back. Yeah, yeah.
Because it's not done at the moment.
Yeah.
And this is something you can market it also. Not in a positive way.
I mean, this is one of the goals of my project. I mean, I have to market it. That's why we are focusing on the prototype.
And in a positive way.
Yeah, definitely. Because we are working on detection side, not on the generation side. I can hear you.
Can common people, I mean, who are not joined or at any agency, can detect deepfake or just like, can common people easily detect the deepfake just looking with the naked eye? No, I mean, the people who are not at any agency, I mean, some people, यानी कि सर ऐसा है कि कुछ जो आम लोग हैं उनका डीपफेक एक्शन बनता है तो क्या वो इसको डिटेक्ट कर सकते हैं इजीली? फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन ये है। और सेकंड क्वेश्चन मेरा ये है कि इन कोडिंग की कोडिंग पैटर्न के साथ सर हम किस तरीके से इसको जो है डिटेक्ट कर सकते हैं डीपफेक? आप विजुअल ऑडियो कोडिंग की बात करें, जनरेशन में तो बहुत ज्यादा ही होते हैं। तो पहला क्वेश्चन है ना कि क्या एक कॉमन किसी इंडिविजुअल की वीडियो अगर हम बना रहे हैं से तो क्या उसको इजीली डिटेक्ट किया जा सकता है, नहीं किया जा सकता? So if the algorithm has to detect, obviously algorithm will be able to do. If we have to detect with naked eye, you can also do, because what things we do, I mean, जो चीजें हम देखने की कोशिश करते हैं एक वीडियो के अंदर, समय होता है कि फेशियल पार्ट के अंदर बहुत ज्यादा ब्लरनेस का इफेक्ट है बॉर्डर्स के ऊपर। I think maybe see some images later on I have contact as well. And then you can see, for example, the last time I was observing some fake dated images, and there was an image of a woman. And I mean, that was a common
static face. And one earring was a bit longer, and the second earring was completely of different style. So these sort of things can also be actually used to, you can use to show whether this is real or fake. And other than that, obviously, if you know about something, some anti-forensics task that people perform, for example, wellness is one thing. If you see pretty much, you can say, on certain portions or areas or borders, then you can, from the naked eye, you can tell as well whether it is real or deep fake.
जो इसमें आपने वीडियो की बात की है, उनके तो कोई वीडियो नहीं की है, लेकिन ये सारी चीज गूगल पे इंडियन गूगल इज नॉट ट्रस्टेड। मेरे पास ऑलरेडी है, आई मीन गूगल इज जस्ट वन सर्च इंजन। आई मीन ऐसा नहीं है कि ये सारे के सारे ऐप्स रिलेटेड है गूगल से। आई मीन मैंने क्या क्या बात की ना, वो जो चाइनीज है वो अपना अलग से सर्च इंजन है, उनकी तो कोई वीडियो नहीं की है, लेकिन ये सारी अपने एशियन कंट्रीज में हो गई, लेकिन उनकी तो कोई नहीं है। There are certain, you can say, bindings on Chinese banned Google, Facebook. They created their own apps, but I mean, you can search on the internet. You will see fake videos or you can say fake images of Jack Ma as well. So I mean, no one is safe from deepfakes. Jack Ma is from China, Hong Kong, I guess. The CEO of Alibaba. Some people find it interesting. They keep things interesting. बाकी हम बात के लिए आते हैं, तो समझ पड़ना definitely मैंने अपनी वेबसाइट का लिंक इस साइट में दिया हुआ है, ईमेल भी है, कांटेक्ट भी फर्स्ट स्लाइड है। So nice to add to the experiment is this research to reach the age of other लेकिन इसके पब्लिक के ऊपर जो वो मेरे ख्याल से हमारी थोड़ी बहुत जिम्मेदारी होगी इस मामले में कि बाद में ये चलन और इस मैं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया पे भी मेरा प्रोग्राम आया था इसके ऊपर, और मैंने आपके लोगों को बताया भी था इसके बारे में 24 न्यूज चैनल के ऊपर। लेकिन आपकी बात ठीक है कि डिफरेंट टाइप के आर्टिकल्स और हर मोर आप यूज करें बेसिकली इस चीज को ज्यादा यहाँ पे रिलेट करने के लिए। यूएस में प्रोटीन सर्टन बहुत आपको लगता है प्रॉब्लम है
पाकिस्तान में अभी लोगों को फील होना शुरू हुआ है जब से ये पॉलिटिकल ऑडियो लीक्स आना शुरू हुई हैं, तब ऐसे ही है। एक कुछ लोग 2-3 हफ्ते पहले बनाना शुरू करते हैं, तो इससे भी लोग समझते नहीं है, लोग बड़ी
पार्टी के साथ मीडिया से बने हैं और वो यूज करते हैं, बनाते हैं एक अपने पोजीशन के लिए। तो जो ये चलाते हैं कि हमारे चाहने वाली है, तो आई मीन दिस इज समथिंग आई मीन एथिकली और मॉरली वेरी बैड और समथिंग वी शुड स्टॉप। एंड दिस इज व्हाई आई मीन
सिर्फ रिसर्च पे नहीं, रिसर्च तो करनी पड़ती है, तभी जाके आप प्रोटोटाइप या आउटकम की तरफ जाते हैं। तो एक्चुअली हम पाकिस्तान के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में रहते हुए कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि इस टाइप की ऐप को डेवलप किया जाए, इसको लोगों के यूज़ में लाया जाए। और हमारे आप कह रहे हैं कस्टमर कैन बी डिफरेंट फॉरेंसिक एजेंसीज, मीडिया पार्टनर्स, तो बहुत से मतलब हैं जिनको हम दे सकते
हैं। अभी साथ या तो किसी की टीम है हमारी मैनेजमेंट की और ग्रेजुएशन की उसके बाद हमने काफी एवेल्यूएट किया और रिपीटेडली किया हमारी प्रोग्रेस होती है हम एक साल के बाद ही प्रोटोटाइप कर चलेंगे तो मैं
2-3 साल से इस प्रोजेक्ट पे काम कर रहा हूँ. दिस इज समथिंग दैट इज वेरी क्लोज टू मी फ्रॉम द पास्ट फ्यू ईयर्स. सो मैं इसको फ़ोन करके आप कह रहे हैं कि चल रहा हूँ आपके साथ. थैंक
ये स्कूल अगर आप देखो अभी वो कहना कि अपना जो है वो मशीन लर्निंग से बनाया ये काफी क्लियर आप इसको क्या करते हैं डिटेक्ट हो जाए ऐसे ही मेरे पास ये है इसको डालने इसमें और इसको क्लोज करने बिल्कुल बिल्कुल थैंक यू थैंक यू
So much, Dr. for community talk you have shared. The next economic talk of the session, Ethical and Trustworthy AI through Standards by Dr. Faisal Rashid, who will join us virtually. Dr. Faisal Rashid obtained a Doctor of Engineering focused on computer science from TU Kaiserslautern, Germany. He did his postdoctorate at Siemens Constance, Germany, and worked as a senior project lead at German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, Kaiserslautern, Germany. Currently, he is a senior researcher at DFKI and a consultant artificial intelligence research lab at Al-Khwarizmi Institute of Computer Science, UET, Lahore. Please welcome Dr. Faisal Rashid.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me?
Okay, so it's cool. Okay, first of all, I welcome all of you to my talk. And the topic of my talk is ethical and trustworthy AI through standards. So in this talk, we are going to basically learn about what is ethical and trustworthy AI and what are standards and what are specific AI standards that could help to achieve the ethical and trustworthy AI. So I will start with a short introduction and then we will go directly into the discussion topic of ethical and trustworthy AI and then related standards. So when we talk about AI system, we are referring to the softwares softwares in computers or machines that are basically perform tasks which are normally associated with human intelligence. Modern AI systems are mostly data driven and they use a lot of data to do stuffs like predictions or making some sort of decisions or doing some autonomous actions. But given the large amount of data needed to train a system is the requirement of the modern AI system, but also it raises important questions about the relation to the personal data, data protection, and privacy. In addition to these things, the automatic decisions may also raise questions about creativity and how can an AI algorithm be designed to prevent uniform thinking or to avoid bias in automated decisions. Furthermore, the output of AI algorithm is often inexplainable due to the design and complexity of the or the nature of the algorithm, and we can't see either the decisions are opaque or these are biased based on some gender or some other kind of discrimination. So, as we already knew that artificial intelligence is bringing a lot of benefits, but there are the considerations in the areas of trust, ethics, and social concerns, which are basically coming from various application domains. For example, the, the domains which are very sensitive, like medical domains, health domains, or autonomous vehicle, where we require to deal with the road safety. And these requirements are also coming from different regulatory bodies, consumers, or government sectors. So in nutshell, we could say that if we define or if we implement or provide some sort of explainability, fairness, reliability, transparency, and privacy while developing AI system, so we could say that, in other words, we are going towards the trustworthy AI. So I would like to share now the human approach towards artificial intelligence, a European approach towards the artificial intelligence, which is basically human-centric approach to AI. This is initiated in 2018 when the European Council endorsed an ambitious Europe-wide coordinated AI action plan. And then in March 2019, the European Commission roll out a plan for ICT standardizations, and with the objective is to include AI standards. In 2019, European Commission built a high-level expert group, which is basically responsible to develop guidelines for the trustworthy AI. And then, in the progression of this, European Parliament study recommended the creation of a regulatory body for algorithm decision making. And now, at the end, in April 2021, we have a recent draft, which is called AI Act. It's a proposed regulatory draft, which basically regulates how the artificial intelligence could be used or applied or developed in public domain or as well as in the private domain. This proposal is commonly known as AI Act. If we just looked into the trustworthy framework from the high-level expert group on artificial intelligence, they propose 7 key requirements for trustworthy AI. And these requirements are mainly human agency and oversight, which include fundamental rights, children's rights, human agency and human oversight, transparency, including traceability, explainability, and communication, diversity, non-discrimination, and fairness, including accessibility, universal design, the avoidance of unfair bias and stakeholder participation. And it also allows use of AI regardless of age, gender, abilities, or characteristics, with a particular focus for students with special needs. Then societal and environmental well-being. It includes sustainability and environmental friendliness, social impact, society and democracy, privacy and data governance, with respect to privacy, quality, integrity of data, and access to data, technical robustness and safety, including resilience to attacks, security, and general safety of AI systems, accuracy, reliability, and reproducibility, and at last, accountability, which refers to auditability, minimization, and reporting of negative impact, trade-offs, and redress. So these are the 7 key requirements which are proposed by high-level expert group on artificial intelligence. And there's also a metric available, a tool available, which AI developers can use to evaluate their AI based on these requirements. Now, standards. So basically, the purpose of this talk is to correlate the requirements of these ethical AI or trustworthy AI with the use of standards. The term standard refers to various rules and norms in everyday use, including professional, industry, and ethical standards. But what do we mean by standard for AI? It's basically, so we are basically talking about technical standards. And technical standards are produced by standard development organizations or SDOs. And these standards are basically referred as technical standards. And standard developed in SDOs are voluntarily and developed through stakeholder-driven process according to certain principles such as relevance, transparency, and consensus. That's why it takes a bit longer time to get
is to approve to get a finished standard available in the market or to adopt in the public use. When we talked about AI standards, these are the reference documents built by AI communities consensus. And to develop these standards, the knowledge across the domain is collected, distilled, and updated by experts, which are basically represented by private organizations, researchers, developers, end users, or regulatory bodies in the subject matter, in this case, AI. And these standards mainly used to define concrete benchmarks and rules for a specific domain. AI standards at a high level can be distinguished into two categories, horizontal standards and vertical standards. Horizontal standards are the generic AI standards or general AI standards which are deal or apply in a cross-cutting way to several application domains. Whereas the vertical standards deal with a very specific topic of AI or a very specific domain, like the AI standards for communication or AI standards for autonomous vehicles and AI standards for 5G networks, things like that. We can also divide standards based on their geographical SGOs, like the standards are international standards if they are adopted by international standard organizations and made available to the public. There are the European standard adopted by a European standardization body and made available to the public, or they could be the national standards. For example, if we have a standardized committee in Pakistan, the standards developed by that committee or organization will be the national standards. But I am talking with reference to the Germany, Europe, and international. In Germany, we have German Institute for Standardization, German Commission for Electrical, Electronics, and Information Technologies, European Commission for Standardization. At Europe level, we have European Committee for Electrotechnical Standardizations, European Telecommunication Standard Institutes, and internationally, we have International Organization for Standardization, ISO, International Electrotechnical Committee, IEC, International Telecommunication Union, ITU, and Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers Standard Association, or IEEE SA. So in my further talk, we only consider international organizations like ISO, IEC, and IEEE, and we look into the standards proposed or developed by these organizations, how these standards would help us to basically develop trustworthy AI systems. So let's talk first about ISO, IEC AI standardization. So ISO and IEC are considered the first international standard development organization that set an expert group to carry out standardization in AI domain. So they already have a JTC1, a joint technical committee that deal with the ICT standards, and under that committee they built JTC, a subsection of JTC1 which is called subsection 42 in 2017, and the purpose of this subsection S42 is to basically do standardization in the area of artificial intelligence and serve as the focus and prominent for JTC1 standardization program on AI, and provide guidance to JTC1, IEC, ISO committee, and other developing groups. Here you can look into a bit more detail about the working groups under these subsection 42. For example, so this is further divided into working groups and joint working groups. So the first working group is called Foundational Standards Working Group, and this working group is working to develop foundational standards for AI, which normally consists of concepts and terminologies or different frameworks for AI or machine learning. The other working group is dealing with data standards. The data standards are very important, and these standards mainly deal with how we could basically process or manage data and how we can deal with the quality of data, how could we analyze and provide metrics to analyze the quality of data. Working group 3 deals with trustworthiness, and then similarly we have use cases and applications working group, we have computational approaches and computational characteristics of AI systems, and then we have a joint working group which is called governance of AI. All these working groups are really working great in these directions, because we definitely need standards to consider all these aspects when we are dealing with AI in real world. So here I have collected published standards of ISO IEC, which are basically available to download or to adopt. And I categorize these standards in 5 categories, which are basically suitable to build trustworthy AI systems. So, for example, in data domain, we have right now 5 standards available, which are mainly dealing with big data. Unfortunately, most of these standards are still under development, because the standardization of AI is still a kind of new initiative. We already have like from it's not kind of a new the old stuff. Like we are just have this working group formed in 2017, but they are really doing great job, and they are produce a lot of standards. But still, a lot of standards are coming in few years or in few months. Unfortunately, we don't have any privacy and security standards in AI right now by ISO in the published domain, but there are some standards which are still under development. Notable standards are from ethics and explainability. For example, artificial intelligence standards that deals with bias in AI systems and AI-aided decision making. So this is very important standard while developing AI systems, where we need to think about the factor of bias. And mainly bias comes from the data, because the data is, we don't have a complete vision or complete snapshot of data. And while developing or while adopting the AI systems in the real life environment, the system may be biased based on the poor or the bad quality of the data. Furthermore, we have computational approaches and algorithms related standards that deals with how we could efficiently use different kind of algorithms, which kind of algorithms will be most suitable for which kind of task, and different kind of frameworks available. And these frameworks will help to basically develop and build high standard or high quality AI systems. The next big organization international level is IEEE Standard Association. IEEE is extensively working under the domain of ethical standards. It has a very good series which is called IEEE 5P 7000 series of standards that is mainly concerned with the ethical concepts of AI. But IEEE also have many technical standards that deals with the technical concerns, and here is the list of the published AI standards. For example, AI already have some standards published in the domain of computational approaches and algorithms. One of the very good standard is the standard in the domain of federated machine learning, which is kind of a concept where we need to develop a model or train AI systems where we have distributed data sources available, and we would like to take care of the privacy concerns and how we anonymize the data from the different sources and how could we build the model. So this federated machine learning standard basically deals with these kind of concerns. Again, another aspect of AI standards is governance aspect. This is very important from European point of view, because in Europe we have now going to have a kind of, it's not a law at the moment, but the proposed regulatory framework set a lot of high requirements for the AI system to be used in public domains. So basically the proposal has divided artificial intelligence systems into 4 main categories, starting from high risk AI systems to the minimum or low risk AI systems. And for the high risk AI systems, there is a very high requirements of the governance, like logging and providing a lot of details to the regulatory bodies, or you should need to keep track how your model is trained, how you have collected the data, what kind of norms and what kind of precautions you use while collecting the data. Do you also deal with the GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Rule in Europe? So if you are not compliant with these regulatory requirements, maybe you will face high fines, or maybe you will not able to apply or sell or develop your system in the public domain. These are some standards from IEEE which deals with the ethics and explainability. Explainability is also a very important topic when we apply AI in a sensitive domain. And for example, the medical is one of the wonderful example in this thing, like where you need to provide some sort of trust in the form of explanations you could provide to the medical experts or the end users. And your model should be able to backtrack and provide proper reasoning and explanations why the model has achieved this decision or make this conclusion. But still, most of the European laws for the high risk systems advise to basically use human in the loop strategy. These are some standards which are still under development at IEEE, and we hope in the coming weeks or months or years we will have a lot of AI standards that we could use and adopt in our development process. Here I am just showing a current snapshot of the current state of ISO, IEC, and IEEE AI standards. So we have around 23 standards available at right now, and 26 standards are still under progress. So these are the results of very exciting study, which is basically done by AI standardization regulatory framework, where they basically map the different AI Act regulatory requirements with the standards. So here you will see in the vertical, in this column, you will see different requirements proposed by AI Act, like data and data governance, technical documentation, record keeping, transparency and information to users, human oversight, accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity, risk management systems, and quality management systems. So in order to put your system in the European market, you basically need to have the compliance requirements with these. These are the compliance requirements. And here you will see the standards, either developed or under development, which you could use to basically deal with these compliance requirements. So I hope like this talk will help to understand the constraints related to the AI and their implications toward the real life scenarios, and the importance of regulatory bodies, and the importance of standards to build trustworthy AI systems. So if you have any questions, please, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sheikh Rashid Saab, अपने मास्टर से बहुत अच्छी presentation थी. This was related to the standard, and especially the IEEE standard related to the artificial intelligence. Questions? Are there any questions from the audience? मेरा ख्याल है कि ये टॉपिक मुझे थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट था, और यहाँ पे जरा थोड़े लोग हैं जो इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन टास्क काफी इंटरेस्टिंग थी, the ethical and trustworthy बनी थी, जब उसके स्टैंडर्ड होंगे, स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन होगी, जिस तरह हर चीज की होती है. तो मेरा ख्याल है कि क्योंकि काफी लोग इसमें, क्योंकि इस स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन पाकिस्तान में बहुत कम लोग काम करते हैं, और IEEE स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन सोसाइटी जो है, IEEE स्टैंडर्ड, इसके बहुत कम लोग मेंबर्स हैं. तो लेकिन ये सबके लिए ये बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट होगा पता करना कि किस तरह से स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन डेवलपमेंट है, प्रोसेस है पूरी दुनिया में. जो कि स्टैंडर्ड हम यूज करते हैं वो इतने ईजी है, इतने आसान नहीं है, उसके पीछे इतने लोग काम कर रहे होते हैं, इसलिए ज्यादा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन होती है, उसकी इतनी वर्जन बनती है, और फिर जाकर वो स्टैंडर्ड में करते हैं. तो वी हैड सम आपके जो स्पीच की उसने ओवरव्यू के लिए चीजों की एआई के अंदर जो एथिकल के लिए जो स्टैंडर्ड बन गए हैं कौन से हो गए हैं, कौन से स्टैंडर्ड अभी है वो इन प्रोग्रेस है और कौन से बन के आ गए हैं। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच डॉक्टर सीता, आपका बहुत शुक्रिया आपने इंशाल्लाह फिर कभी मुलाकात होगी।
जी बहुत शुक्रिया जी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर इनवाइटिंग।
Thank you so much, Dr. Professor, for joining us today. Now I request the session chair, Dr. Amir, to please come and present shade to the invited speaker, Dr. Ali Javed. Please have a big round of applause for Dr. Amjad Hussain and Dr. Ali Javed. Now I request Dr. Waqas to please come and present certificates to Dr. Amjad Hussain. I now space of that goes on. Please hello, Mr. Well. Thank you so much.
मेरी बैटरी अच्छी है चार्जर में कहा दे
Thank you.
मुझे स्टार्ट था इन्होंने लेट कर दिया मुझे पता ओके थैंक यू सब वो Hello, 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 my pastor.
Alright, welcome back to the 16th International Conference on Open Source System and Technologies IPOS 2022. Before I start second session, I want to introduce session chair Dr. Amir Mahmood. Dr. Amir Mahmood received a PhD degree in engineering from the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science Technical University Berlin, Germany in 2012. He is currently working as an assistant professor at Al Institute of Computer Science, UET, Lahore. He has been the head of the High Performance Computing and Networking Laboratory since 2013. His research interests include internet measurements, big data, information retrieval, and deep learning. Thank you, Dr. Amir Mahmood, for joining us today. The session theme is Digital Society. The title for the first invited talk of the session is From Agent-Based Model to City-Scale Digital Twins by Dr. Imran Mahmood. He has joined us virtually. He is currently working as a senior postdoc researcher at the Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Group, Department of Computer Science, University of Oxford 2022. He has served as senior research fellow at the Center for Global Health Infectious Disease Research, College of Public Health, University of South Florida, 2021 to 2022. He earned doctoral degree in software and computer science, computer systems at School of Information and Communication Technology, KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Sweden in 2013. With big round of applause, please welcome Dr. Imran Mahmood.
All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir, we can see your slides.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just start right away. Thank you, everyone. The title of the talk is Agent-Based Models to City-Scale Digital Twin. So I'll be talking a little bit about the past experiences and current challenges. It's a quotation from Imam Malik, which I like. Knowledge will not come to you, it's you who should come to the knowledge. And by the way, this is the library in Oxford University, Bodleian Library, which is the largest library. And it is also very old, or perhaps oldest library in the region. So I have already been introduced well. Thank you, the host. Just a little bit. I am a postdoc at Oxford University in the Department of Computer Science in the Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning group. And I'm currently working on the Large Agent Collider, which is a funding received by UKRI and Alan Turing Institute. So the idea here is to work on robust agent-based modeling at scale. I am also a tenured associate professor at NUST University in the School of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. So I will begin my talk with an opening perspective and a bigger picture of what are we doing here and what is this talk about. So there are 5 trends which have been very prominent in the evolution of computing: ubiquity, interconnections, human orientation, intelligence, and delegation. So when we talk about ubiquity, you can see that there are so many things in which computing is made appear to be at any time and everywhere. And also we call it pervasive computing or ambient intelligence. So ubiquity is about computing being everywhere and at any time. So computer systems are widely interconnected. So that's one of the bigger prominent evolution of computing. In human orientation, initially the computer systems were very difficult to interact with, but the human orientation is a focus in which computing has become very human oriented. So you can see this evolution. And the ability of computers to learn. And the ability of the computers to learn a specific task from data and experimental observation is the intelligence. And delegation is about having computers perform tasks on the behalf of human beings. Like this is a picture of Google car, which is a driverless car. So when we talk about the emergence of artificial intelligence, we can divide this into three main clusters, one of which is data science, the other one is the machine learning, and then the artificial intelligence. And how they are related is data science is basically the processing and transformation of data. Machine learning is basically known as an engine that helps us work on the artificial intelligence. And the actual part, which is related to the artificial intelligence, is actions. And that's where, which is the most important part. And currently, we have insights that are the predictions of machine learning algorithm or its processing of data science to be able to have informed human decisions. But we are moving towards an era where automated decisions needed to be done. And this is the most important part in the evolution of artificial intelligence. Having said that, an AI system that are ubiquitous, for example, the presence and intentionality of system is there. So systems are not only reactive, but they are more intentional and deliberative. That's important to note. They are interconnected. For example, the systems can have cooperation, coordination, communication, and even they can negotiate on behalf of their users. They are understood. For example, they are programmed via human-like metaphors. So it's easy to program them in a way human program, and they are like they are understood. They are intelligent. For example, they can decide, sense, decide, and act. And they are autonomous. For example, act on our behalf. So all these things, they lead to us to the era of agents. And that's where we are going to discuss it further on the topic of agents. So typical examples of agents could be seen in NASA space rovers or Amazon robots, where the systems are not only intentional, they are deliberative, and they act and delegate tasks on the behalf of humans. So in the opening perspective, one thing is clear that this leads us to the study of multi-agent systems, where a multi-agent system is a system composed of multiple deliberative interacting intelligent agents. An agent is a computer system that is capable of independent autonomous actions on behalf of its users or owners. So this book is written by the principal investigator of our project here in Oxford, Michael Woodridge. He is also my boss, and he is actually the main person who has been working on this field of artificial intelligence for over 3 decades. So let's talk about agent-based modeling and simulation, which is the primary focus of this talk. So when we say risk-free world, what does it mean? It means that delegation and distributing autonomy among systems is not a trivial task. So when we are trying to implement an artificial intelligence system in a futuristic way, we basically are thinking to deliberate and distribute autonomy among the systems. So, but it is not that simple. In many cases, we can't simply afford to find the right solution by experiment with the real world. If you remember, there was an incident in Germany where an automobile car manufacturing robotic system was able to kill a person. So that causes a lot of issue in the concept of using AI. So that's simply because it's dangerous. Building or destroying or making changes may be expensive, dangerous, or simply impossible. For example, if we talk about Mars rover, it is impossible to study that here on Earth. The main goal of modeling is to find the way from problem to its solution through a risk-free world. That is simulation. So the simulation is basically an environment in which there is no risk, and we can experiment with different things. So complex systems. Modeling real-world complex system is a challenging task. Complex systems generally have 3 attributes. A complex system is made of many parts. It has units, individuals, or subsystems. For example, in an energy system, we have a power generation plant, we have transmission grid, and we have also the entities that use the power system. So there are many parts of this complex system. There are many relationships, interactions, dependencies, or competitions between these parts. and the parts produce combined effects, for example, emergence, that may not be easily seen if they are alone and may often be novel or chaotic. So the three key properties of complex systems are having multiple parts, relationships among those parts, and the combined effects. ABM is identified as a suitable modeling technique to develop and model conceptualize complex systems. At its heart, it is aimed to model system-level patterns that emerge from interactions of individual agents with their neighboring agents and the local environment. So I'll skip a little bit of these details because I want to come to this slide, which is elements of ABM. So there are three main essential elements of agent-based models. One is the synthetic population. Since we are talking about agent-based simulation as risk-free, so we need to develop synthetic populations that will be simulated in an agent-based environment. These could be persons, vehicles, for example, charging stations or daily operations of the real world. So synthetic population is an area in which the ABM modeler basically try to develop a population based on daily life operations. The second important element of agent-based models is virtual environment. That could be GIS-based systems, it could be conceptually a grid system, or it could be simply a Cartesian 2D XY coordinate system. So if we're talking about complex system, we would like to have GIS system in place with some traffic routing or mobility of agents in that environment. And the third and important part of the ABM is basically behavioral rules or rule sets, which defines the change of state of agents in a logical way. So all these three components are united to form an ABM. Let's talk a little bit of some past studies that we did in the area of agent-based modeling to capture complexity of real-world systems. The first one that we did previously was an ABM on household electricity consumption. So as you know, this was a study conducted in Islamabad city. In a particular sector, we simulated n number of houses, where houses have households, which are families, and families use electrical appliances to basically switch on or off to do energy consumption. So this is a hierarchical agent-based simulation in which three types of agents are interconnected with each other. So I'll just simply give an overview of what happened here is that we simulated 24 hours period of device level electric consumption of typical houses in an area of Islamabad, which was correlated with temperature, and the energy load was simulated using an agent-based simulator. So an application of ABM was conducted to basically forecast the demand of electricity at household level. Another study was done on water consumption, which is also a key problem in Pakistan. So we had Nust housing. So I was residing in Nust, and our study was related to some 300 houses of residential areas in Nust University. So we collected data. So this ABM has a special feature, which is basically connection of the demand and supply, and the study of demand and supply gap using ABM. So in the demand side, we simulated different water consumption activities of a person during the day in a typical household of Islamabad. And that could be usage of toilet, shower, washing clothes, kitchen, and all the other kind of water-related activities. And with that simulation, we came up with the with the projection of daily demand. And this particular chart shows activity-wise demand of water consumption, which is basically an interesting insight. And this is a main potential and advantage of ABM. So ABM can give us a micro scale insights of a system rather than a macro level overall projection. So when we talk about micro scale, it could be that we can project activity level water consumption of household areas. A similar study was done in Islamabad city on urban waste management. So we basically simulated the transport vehicles of which carries waste from CDA to the landfill, which is somewhere closer to the I-9 sector in Islamabad and back. And this whole study was done to study in engineering design, which was the implementation of IoT on smart waste management systems. So if the dumpsters which are located, these green dots are the dumpsters which are located at different parts of Islamabad city. And if they are green, that means they are filled. And if they are red, they don't need to be picked. So with the help of IoTs, we can save fuel and cost. And this study was basically aimed to, so instead of implementing an engineering design into the real world and invest a lot of money, we first simulate that design in a prototype. So this agent-based simulation was basically meant to test an IoT-based smart waste management among dumpsters across Islamabad city. And this basically chart is a representation of the smart dumpsters and the ordinary dumpsters and their optimization in terms of saving, reducing distance of travel and saving time and fuel. So another agent-based simulation that we worked on was an interesting study on emergency evacuation, which was a Hajj scenario. So we collected some masjid dimensions, and we collected these geographical dimensions and constructed a pedestrian simulation model that was simulated to analyze the evacuation of agents which were Hajj pilgrimage at this time. And we invested a lot of effort in trying different types of optimization techniques for the evacuation strategies, to study evacuation strategies across this Masjid al-Haram. So this is a very interesting application of agent-based modeling to study emergency evacuation of pedestrians or maybe the vehicles from the city at a large scale. And a similar work was conducted on the building level evacuation. So this is a 6 building of NUS School of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. And this building has some 3,000 to 4,000 of agents residing at different locations with their types. And the idea was to basically analyze different evacuation strategies. For example, there are different exits at this 6 building, and once we simulate these evacuations, we can figure out the optimal evacuation strategies. And we validated this by collecting real data of the emergency evacuation drills that we conducted on ground. Another application in the past that was an engineering project on wind power plant, where the agents were the components of a wind turbine. And the idea here was to simulate a large-scale wind power plant, which was actually, this project was collaborated with a company, I am forgetting the name. So that company had given us some data, and we simulated, using agent-based approach, we simulated wind power plant and calculated the projection of the forecast of energy generated from that power plant and validated it with the help of real data. Another project was forecasting of dengue spread across Islamabad. This project was basically used to simulate the spread of dengue across Islamabad city based on some initial information collected in the form of data. So there are 2 types of agents that were simulated here in this project. One was the mosquito and other was the human population. And both types of population were interacting with each other in the simulation to produce effect, which is the spread of dengue. Another project was conducted on an interesting area, which is basically refugee migration, and it is one of the biggest problem in EU, especially. Also considering the current situation of Ukraine, and in the past there have been so many issues in which the refugees are forced to migrate, And this project was basically targeting, it was done with the collaboration of Institute of Migration and UNO. So this project was basically targeting the projection of refugees, which were developed in the form of agents, and their behavior in terms of fleeing toward different safe locations in the context of forced migration. Another project was forecasting of COVID-19 in UK. So this is a typical snapshot of the simulation that we produce for the forecasting of COVID-19 in UK in 2020. And this is a particular borough. This was basically a project in which we scale up a large level of agent-based population. It was roughly multiple million, like 2 to 3 million of agents across the city. The total population currently in London is about 6 million. And the target was to be able to have a computational complexity of a large-scale simulation, which is geospatially rich and scale and on a real scale. So we should be able, we were able to deploy our simulation on supercomputing environments for a large-scale simulation. So this is where the whole idea of city-scale digital twin came into being. So what is city-scale digital twin? A little bit about it. A digital twin is a virtual representation or replica of real-world physical object or a system. So we have an aircraft engine. If we construct a digital twin of that engine, then we can work on. So it's basically a replica in the form of a simulator, which basically works just like a real-world system, and it is connected with the help of input data and feedback loop. So whatever changes that are done in the design level are applied in the real system. So this is how it's called. That's why it's called a twin, because it works together. They two work together. So the concept originated from NASA's physical twin, in which they created the third rover, which was planted in a laboratory in NASA, which was connected to the actual rovers in Mars, which were sent and to explore different geographical terrains. So this digital twin, okay, so I'll just try to wrap up. This digital twin was used to basically analyze different kind of situations. So it's a very useful area of research where people develop digital twins. Now talking about city-scale digital twin, the first city-scale digital twin was developed by Singapore, which was an entire 3D representation and simulated representation of daily operations of the Singapore city. And it was a very innovative effort by the Singapore University, NUS University, Singapore. We developed a digital twin, our first digital twin, using agent-based modeling approach for the city of Tampa in Florida, called Eden. So our digital twin was basically developed in a geospatial region, which is the city of Tampa, and it was developed using agent-based modeling approach. So on left side, you can see different types of buildings, which are geographically situated. And on the right side, they are clustered in the form of houses, workplaces, restaurants, warships, grocery, mall, school, outdoor, and banks. So these are the different types of building which we basically model by parsing a lot of GIS spatially rich data and constructed over digital twins. This shows the 3D representation of the Tampa city. Although 3D representation was not mainly used in the actual model, it is just for the reference and validation of the spatial features of our model. And this is the visualization of the simulation. The whole idea of developing this digital twin was to study COVID forecasting with the help of Department of Florida Health. And this particular visualization shows different agents moving around the Tampa city in our digital twin, in which blue agents are like healthy agents, the red are infected, and the black are basically, they are not moving because they are dead. So this change of state of agents is represented with color in the digital twin. And on the right side, we can see the heat map of the spread of COVID, which gives a hotspots of the spread. This is the layout of how the simulations of the digital twin represented and reflected the results. Now I'm going to close my talk and talk a little bit about the current challenges and opportunities in agent-based modeling. So the first and foremost challenge, sorry for that wrong title here. The first and foremost challenge is that we need dynamically large scale geospatial virtual environment. So in order to upgrade our agent-based models, which were typically developed to simplify a real world system complexity and just to analyze a part of that system in a simulated environment, now we are moving towards a very different era in which we want to basically using data science and machine learning algorithms. We are interested to develop a large scale agent based models which are spatially rich and based on real scale. So the development of virtual environments of that large scale system needs application of deep learning approaches and automatic synthesis of virtual environments. The second area in which we are having challenges and we have a lot of opportunities is synthetic population with realistic agent behaviors. So we want to construct, for example, if you remember the talk in which I talk about the household water consumption, and we want to simulate daily activities of people who are consuming water. So there could be some novel ways of applying deep learning and machine learning approaches to develop rule sets which are not logical by programmatical. They are not static because they are logically programmed in the system. They are more like dynamic and they are incoming from the real data. For example, the census data or any kind of other data which is present. So this kind of approaches will make the agent-based models more realistic and more dynamic in terms of synthetic behavior of population. The third and the most important area is the model calibration. So it is very difficult to calibrate an agent-based model with respect to the real data because agents, they are meant to be bottom-up in nature. And when the individual agents are having their own rule sets, which could be simplistic, and they are basically interacting with each other to emerge into a real system which should reflect like a real world. It's very complicated to calibrate those models. And we are studying data assimilation and model calibration and parameter tuning approaches for ML, using ML for ABMs. And the last and foremost challenge is, very important challenge is verification and validation of ABM models. And formal verification approaches needs to be studied in these areas. I hope I finished it on time. Thanks a lot. I'll be happy to receive any questions.
Okay, so
I haven't seen any audience. Am I able to see any audience? Is the camera good? Can you see the audience now? Yes, thank you very much for the zoom out. Now I can see the audience. I can see, I think Dr. Budar is also there. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Sir. Very happy to see you. I should mention that I am very happy to come back to talk to the people which I worked before. So X and UAE has been my former affiliation back in 2013. So any question from the audience? So I have a question, Dr. Imran. Can you hear me? Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay, so given the fact that we have a very limited types of industry in Pakistan, so where do you think this digital twin concept is applicable for the industries in Pakistan? I personally think that, so I will respond to this question in the context of academia, industry, and research link. So it's a triangle that we can keep in mind while I respond to this question. So we have been trying to work with Lungs University, for example. We received a grant that was related to two types of projects.
One was in agriculture, where we wanted to study the economy, energy, and agriculture processes using agent-based simulations for the digital twin of a particular area in Pakistan for the study of circular economy. So that was one project where it is very applicable to design a digital
that could help as a tool in the area of agriculture for the economy study. And the other was air quality monitoring. This is still in place. It's not yet right, but we are thinking to basically study to develop the Lahore digital twin and its multiple layers. For example, the transportation layer, the industrial layer, all the different types of layers to study the air quality index. And in the digital twin, our aim is basically is to improvise different kind of strategies to reduce and to basically improve the air quality. So in the area of air quality monitoring, the application of digital twin could be very much applicable, I would say. As far as the industry is concerned, the concept of digital twin is very old, and it has been mainly in the aeronautical. For example, we had a collaboration with PAC Camera for the study of developing digital twins for JF-17 plane. In the study of, the application of digital twin is to improve manufacturing processes by working on digital twins and then implementing them in the real systems. So that is one area in which we have been trying to explore collaboration with PAC Camera for study of digital twins of JF-17. Then, yes, there are many challenges in terms of real industry where the industry has lack of interest in innovation and designs. Instead, the type of industry we have in Pakistan is very different. So it's a long debate, but in short, we have been exploring a lot of different spots where we can connect digital twin technologies in the real industry. Main players in my what you can experience is energy systems, agriculture, this environmental studies, and aeronauticals. So these are the 4 players which I am thinking to basically work with for longer time.
So thank you, Dr. For your wonderful talk. So now we will actually switch to the next talk. So thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Iman. The very last invited talk of this session is the advent of AI enabled digital pathology ecosystem in Pakistan by Dr. Hamal Naveed. Dr. Hamal Naveed received his PhD in bioinformatics from University of Illinois at Chicago in 2012. He spent the following 2.5 years as a doctoral fellow at the CAS-MPG Partner Institute for Computational Biology, Shanghai, China, and the Computational Biology in Abdullah University of Science and Technology, Saudi Arabia. He was a research assistant professor at the Technological Institute at Chicago from 2014 to 2017. His research interests lie in several areas of computational structural biology. He is particularly interested in computational identification of drug targets, drug repositioning, biophysical modeling of tissues, and computational characterization of membrane proteins. Please welcome Dr. Hamal Naveed with big round of applause.
Ji, Assalamualaikum ji. Thank you so much for the invitation from the conference organizers. I'll try to be a little more informal and try to sort of stop and sort of get some input. And I'll try to sort of have more local flavor. We've been doing research for a very long time, and we've been writing papers and papers and papers, and sort of we'll try to give some touch of how to implement some of that research on the local ground. What challenges do we face in Pakistan when you try to sort of take an ideal environment and put it on the ground, like coming to UET at 2 p.m. I didn't expect that much traffic. It's my first day here, so basically you're not expecting a lot. You're making a lot of assumptions, and once you start doing something on the real ground, it's completely different. So we'll try to touch upon both things, try to talk about what international practices are, what sort of data you get on the international scale, and then when you land in Pakistan, what happens and how do you deal with it. Okay. So this talk would be about computer-assisted digital pathology in Pakistan. I realized there was a full-fledged AI in healthcare session yesterday, so we'll touch upon that a little bit and sort of come to the local implementation. And I realize in Pakistan there's a slight issue of, because we start separating biology and computer science and mathematics from 10th grade. So I'll try to sort of keep everything into a very simple language so everybody can understand. The background is breast cancer is very common. 1 in 8 women in the US will develop breast cancer at some point. 1 in 9 women in Pakistan will develop breast cancer at some point. With respect to Pakistan, we are seeing cases where even teenage girls are developing breast cancer, which is not there in the US. There are several types of breast cancer cases that are 1 in a million in the US, and we see here in 23-year-old girls. This is data from Shaukat Ahmed and Shifa. The key is that early detection improves survival. If you can detect it much earlier, the chances of survival are very high, the cost is much lower. As the cancer progresses, the cost becomes high and the chances of survival reduce dramatically. Currently, as you see, there is some annotations that you see. So this is basically a sample of a tissue that's taken out from the body, and you stain it with some sort of ink to see these purple patches. I'll show much more detailed sort of resolution of this, but this is what the pathologists see under a microscope, and each pathologist can sort of annotate this in terms of 4 stages: whether this is normal, whether this is just starting to change but still controllable, that's called benign, and then stage 3 and 4 are where it starts invading the other tissues. So this region of interest, the whole thing is never cancerous. You are trying to find focus for So jitni der mein projector on hota hai, we can sort of give a some more background. So this consensus, whenever you sort of hear a diagnosis, the first, if it's a bad diagnosis, the first thing, God forbid it's bad, what you think is, why not get a second opinion? So the reason is that each pathologist has had a different sort of training, a different sort of experience. Maybe the pathologist was overworked. So in Pakistan, we have 1 pathologist for 52,000 patients. So PIMS does pathology for 250 rupees per patient, compared to Shaukat Khanam, which does it for 44,000. So PIMS wale microscope ko dekh ke unki aankhein andhi ho gayi hain. Literally, the chief pathologist, when we go for a meeting, the lights are off because she cannot sit in a lighted room because of the load. Okay. So detection is actually subjective. It's not objective कि आप शौकत खानम पे जाएंगे तो आपको वही मिलेगा या पिम्स पे जाएंगे तो वही मिलेगा. So we actually want to have some fast and accurate third-party opinion that is not subjective. And this is where computer-assisted digital pathology comes in. Okay, so in the first talk we'll talk about an international conference on image analysis and recognition, IEER, जिसमें you get a set of these images and the conference tells you to find whether this is a normal, benign, invasive, in situ, all those 4 classes types of images, and it tests you on various types. Okay, pehle to, were you able to classify correctly? Second, was your algorithm looking at the right thing? एक तो ये ना तुक्का भी मार दूं, 4 में से एक तो आना ही है. So were you able to see the right thing? What a pathologist sees, we call that hotspot. कि आप सही जगह पे देख भी रहे थे कि नहीं? किस basis पे you're classifying that? So those 2 things. Just to give you a little bit more statistics about the burden of cancer in Pakistan, 2020 की WHO figures, and these are very underreported. So this is only the big cities. आप बहुत सी जगह पे तो report ही नहीं हो रहा होगा. But the reported cases are 34,000, and the death rate is more than 17,000 people lost their lives out of those 34,000. This is roughly 50% of survival rate, which is actually the more in the past 4 years there has been a lot of campaigns of awareness. The more people understand it, there are more cases coming in. Compare that to the international survival rate of over 90%. Okay, so we are way far behind in terms of awareness. Even when there are more cases coming in, we don't have pathologists, so you need all sorts of these helps in Pakistan. So just to give you some challenges, okay. The first thing is we took that data set, we got 10 images. Each of this image was about 1.5 GB. आपके लैपटॉप की रैम कितनी होती है? 4 GB, 2 images इकट्ठे लोड कर लोगे. So for any AI data science algorithm, you need to show them thousands of images. If your laptop cannot load it,